Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we'll go on the record on case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow, continuing jury trial today. Advise I believe all the jurors are here and present today, and all have completed their juror affirmations. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Before we get started here, I will remind everyone there's a courtroom conduct order in place for both here and the remote viewing locations in Ada and Madison counties, and electronic devices are not allowed to be used to record, photograph, or transmit any sounds, images, or video from these proceedings in any of the locations. I appreciate the public's continued compliance with those conduct orders. At this time, the state is continuing with its case in chief, and I believe we're ready to bring the jurors in for further witness testimony. I'll note the state is here represented by counsel. The defense also is present, as well as the defendant. Is the state ready to proceed with trial this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. Is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks. Let's have the jurors brought in then.
Rise, please. Jury's all present and accounted for.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you all for your continued service. This time the state is prepared to call its next witness. Who's going to be examining the witness?
I will be, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Blake, you can call your next witness then.
The state will call Melanie Gibb.
Would you?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
All right, if you'd please follow the instructions of the bailiff to your witness seat there. All right, let me just instruct the witness here. When answering questions, please use verbal responses such as yes or no, because we're making a court record. Also, please try to avoid speaking at the same time as any attorney that's questioning you. I do have one other inquiry to make before you start your examination, Ms. Blake, of the witness. There have been, there's an exclusion of witnesses rule in effect at this time. Have you observed any of the trial testimony before coming here today? No. Okay, have you listened to any of the audio of any of the trial testimony posted? Was that no? Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Blake, with that in mind, you can inquire of the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Gibb, sometimes we've had a hard time picking up the witnesses, so the court reporter may instruct you or tell you if she's having a hard time hearing you, okay? Would you please state your name for the record?
Melanie Gibb.
Ms. Gibb, do you know an individual named Lori Vallow?
Yes.
How do you know her?
I met her in Arizona at a church event,
Do you recall approximately when you met her?
October 2018.
And when you met her at that event, did the two of you end up forming a friendship?
Yes.
Do you know an individual named Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I met him at some of different events that I've been to.
Do you recall approximately when you would have met Mr. Daybell?
I think I met him maybe a year or two before I met Lori.
When you first met Mr. Daybell, did the two of you strike up a friendship at that time?
Just a casual introduction to each other.
After your first meeting with Mr. Daybell, did the two of you stay in contact?
Whenever we would see, it was very periodically. It was not like we communicated, as friends or anything. If we engaged, seeing each other, we might say a few words to each other, but not a whole lot of contact.
And after you first met Lori, did the two of you continue communicating from that first meeting?
Yes.
Did you stay in constant contact or consistent contact?
Yes.
Have you ever met or did you ever meet an individual named Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
And where did you meet her?
I met her at Lori's house.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
I would say within a week or two after I met Lori.
Did you ever observe Lori and Tylee together?
Yes.
What were you able to observe about their interactions?
She seemed upset and frustrated with Lori pretty much most of the time.
So, and when you say she, you're referring to Tylee?
Tylee, correct.
Did there appear to be some tension in that relationship?
Yes,
Did you ever meet an individual named J.J. Vallow?
I did.
And,
Yes.
And where would you have met him, if you recall?
Same place, Lori's house.
Do you recall approximately when you would have met him?
Within a week or two after meeting her.
Did you have occasion to observe Lori and J.J.'s interactions with each other?
I did.
And what observations were you able to make of those interactions?
So sometimes I would watch her with him, and she was very affectionate and loving to him. I watched her sing a song to him as she was going to put him to bed. She seemed to care a lot about him. And other times, as I got to know her as time went on, he seemed to, frustrated, and so the connection, maybe wasn't as I didn't see them interacting as much the same way. She was distracted a lot, so I don't know how to explain it very well, but it was, she was just trying to help him, trying to settle down or whatever, but.
So, from your observations, JJ and Lori appeared to interact more when you had first met JJ.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And it seems like those interactions declined over time.
I would say a little bit, but.
And I think you indicated from your observations, Lori was busy with some other things, or
Yeah, she's just distracted a lot.
distracted. After first meeting Lori, we've talked about that you stayed in contact with her. How often would the two of you see each other?
Sometimes it was daily or several times a week in the beginning, just in the very beginning, yeah.
And when you say in the very beginning, do you recall approximately how long the two of you would interact that frequently?
I would say until January, and then when she started moving, then I didn't see her as much or talk to her as much.
And when you say January, do you recall what year that would have been?
2019.
Did you and Lori live fairly close to each other?
I would say within 25 minutes from each other.
And did the two of you talked about you'd get together. Mm-hmm. Did you also speak to her over the phone during those times?
Correct.
Did you also message with her, text message or otherwise?
Yes.
Ms. Gibb, I would instruct you again, if you could just wait until the question is completed before you answer, and I understand it can be nervous to be there. It's just easier for our court reporter if it's just a back and forth exchange, so thank you.
And you indicated, I think, that after she started moving, could you explain what was going on there?
So about January, she decided to leave, and I believe she first went to Alex's house, or maybe Hawaii. They kind of were near the same timing, so she decided to leave and stay with him, and then she went to Hawaii, and then eventually she went to Texas. So she went to 3 different places, and then she finally went back to Arizona at the very end as her stay that I knew her in Arizona.
Do you know, you indicated she'd traveled around starting in January. Do you recall when you say at the end, approximately when the end was that she ended up, what time period she was moving around?
So January, February, March, April, May, and then July. I know she was back when Charles was killed in July, so I knew she was back in Arizona by July. So all the way from January to July, she moved around several times.
And while she was moving around, did you stay in contact with her?
Yes.
Was that frequent contact? Do you recall approximately how often you'd speak with her or text with her?
It was inconsistent, but it was pretty frequent at the same time. So it wasn't like a consistent daily basis, but it was often. And
after meeting Lori, you indicated you met her in October of 2018. Did the two of you end up taking a trip to Utah?
Yes.
And who else went with you?
There were, I don't know, about 5 or 6 ladies. I can't recall their names right now.
And that's just
Yeah.
fine, just what you can
Yeah,
recall.
I can't recall their names.
So there were 5 or 6 ladies that went to Utah together.
Yes.
Where did you go in Utah?
We went to St. George, Utah.
And what were you headed there for? Was there a reason?
There was a conference there.
And do you recall if Chad Daybell was also at that conference?
He was.
Did you observe a meeting between Chad and Lori?
Yes.
Do you know, had they ever met before?
No.
Were you there when they first met?
I believe so. I was there with her the whole time.
Did they, how long was the conference that you were at?
It was the weekend, so it was like a Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday most people went home. So it was that weekend.
And do you recall if Chad Daybell was there for the entirety of the conference?
He was there Friday and Saturday.
Were you and Lori there Friday and Saturday as well?
Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I mean, we were in the area till Sunday. We stayed at somebody's home. But the conference was Friday and Saturday. And it could have been a Sunday evening, but I can't recall that right now. But he was gone by, if I remember, he was gone by Sunday morning or Saturday night, something like that.
Were you able to observe Lori and Chad together throughout the time that they were both there?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you make of their interactions?
They were very friendly to each other, very interactive, talking a lot about some of their ideas and beliefs that they had at that time. And so they were, there was definitely attraction in the beginning, right from the beginning. So.
And did you specifically observe any of Lori's actions towards Chad or how her demeanor appeared?
She seemed very interested in him, like someone that would meet somebody they're attracted to. She seemed flattered by him and very enticed by the conversation and, flirty-like. I would say a little flirty-like as well.
And do you know what Chad Daybell did for a living?
He was an author and a publisher and also a sexton.
And had you ever read any of his books?
I have.
Do you know if Miss Vallow Daybell had read any of his books?
She had.
And do you know if she'd read those books prior to meeting him?
She only read, I think, just a few, but she hadn't read all of his books. And I don't know if she made the connections yet of who he was with the books. I'm not sure about that.
And you indicated that you saw them speaking and they appeared to have some shared interests,
Correct.
and specifically with some religion, some religious talk.
Correct.
Do you recall if they told you anything regarding the two of them?
Yes.
And what was that?
He expressed to her that he believed that they had been married in multiple probations on this
I'm going to
planet.
object as to hearsay, Judge.
What's the response from the state?
Your Honor, it's the statement of a party opponent.
Not this opponent.
It's a statement of a co-conspirator.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection under Rule 801D2E that does allow statements of co-conspirators in furtherance of evidence of a conspiracy. That's how that's allowed, Ms. Blake. I would indicate, though, that I think there may be some additional foundation before getting further into this issue as to whether those statements are allowed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Gibb, did you have conversations about their first meeting with Chad Daybell?
Have conversations with him? I'm sorry, I'm not
Yes.
understanding.
Did you ever speak to Chad about the first time he met Lori?
most likely. I just don't remember that exact moment.
So after the first meeting, did you speak to Lori about her meeting Chad?
Correct. Yes.
And when you were speaking with Lori, what, if anything, did she indicate to you that she and Chad had talked about with regard to the two of them?
She shared with me that he told her that they had been married in another time period.
And did she tell you what she believed with regard to that?
She did believe that. She had already had the belief system that this multiple lives, as they would call it, she'd already believed that before she physically met him.
And backing up a little bit to that, how had Miss Vallow Daybell ever told you anything regarding her beliefs about a prior probation or multiple creations?
She wasn't quite clear in her understanding at that point. She felt, and she shared with me, that she had been married to a prophet from the Book of Mormon named Moroni.
And did she share this information with you before she ever met Chad Daybell?
Yes.
After that conference, did you end up staying in contact with Chad Daybell?
Yes, I talked to him, communicated somehow, very periodically, not very often.
And I think you already indicated you and Lori would communicate quite frequently after that.
Correct.
Do you know if Lori and Chad stayed in touch after that conference?
Yes, they did.
And how do you know that?
She would tell me that they talked and how often they talked, and I often saw her on the phone talking to him. Occasionally I could hear his voice, but she'd always indicate to me she was speaking to him.
When they first met, do you know if Lori was married?
Yes.
And who was she married to?
Charles Vallow.
Do you know if Chad was married?
Yes.
And who was he married to?
Tammy Daybell.
Do you know if their spouses were still alive?
They were.
And we touched a little bit on the idea of multiple probations.
Correct.
When did you first learn of that term?
Probably when I started interacting with Lori is when it really began to be introduced to me.
And who started to introduce that to you?
Lori, and then Chad, but mostly through Lori, through Chad. He would explain it a lot more than she knew of it.
So, would Lori tell you that she and Chad talked about the multiple probations?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what Lori and Chad believed regarding multiple probations?
Their definitions changed the longer they knew each other, but in the beginning it was believed that in this earth you could come back multiple times. So you may live in, a certain earlier time in the world and then several times depending on you as a person. It would be different for everybody.
After Chad and Lori met in October of 2018, do you know the next time they saw each other in person?
I believe it was 2 weekends later. He came to town for another event that was in Arizona.
Did you attend that event?
I did.
Were both Lori and Chad present?
They were.
Do you recall if there was another get-together held separate from the event?
Yes, at Lori's house, there was like a little meeting right before the conference.
And do you recall where that meeting took place?
At Lori's house.
Did you observe Lori and Chad together during that meeting?
I don't think he was there. I'm not remembering that. He could have been, but I don't remember.
Did you observe Lori and Chad together during that weekend?
Yes.
And do you recall the context of where you observed them together?
So they were at the conference, and I saw them interacting. And then whatever time he arrived at her house, and he ended up staying at her house.
So your understanding was Chad stayed at Lori's house in Arizona?
That's right.
Do you know if Charles was present during that?
I believe he was out of town.
Do you know if Charles and Lori were still married at that point?
They were.
Do you know if Chad was still married at that point?
Yes, he was.
Do you recall Lori telling you anything in November regarding she and Chad's relationship?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She told me that they had been married, I believe, 4 or 5 times. And she would go into different details with me about who she was, what character she was, and what character he was.
Do you recall if she said anything to you about going to the temple?
Yes.
And what did she tell you regarding going to the temple?
She would tell me that, yes, that weekend that he came to Arizona, that they met in the temple together, and they were somewhere in there, like in just like maybe a waiting area room, that they were sealed together by, I believe Moroni was there, and possibly, I believe she said Jesus Christ, and that relationship they had multiple lives, it was kind of like a reunited again. They got to be sealed there. It wasn't in a sealing room officially done by the church or anything like that.
And can you explain a little bit about the relevance of being sealed?
The teachings of our church talk about when you're sealed to a companion on this earth, that you are sealed for time and all eternity.
And when you say the teachings of our church, are you comfortable sharing what church you're a member of?
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Did Lori share with you how she felt towards Chad at that point?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She told me, they very much loved each other. They loved each other, in previous mortal probations. There was a lot of affectionate feeling she had for him.
Did she indicate to you anything about whether or not they were going to be open about their feelings for each other?
She just shared how they felt with me. She was open with it with me.
Do you know if they were sharing this information with other people?
Just probably people in their small group of circle. I wouldn't think anybody else.
Outside of multiple probations, did Chad let me back up. Did Lori ever indicate anything about having a special mission here on Earth?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
She felt that she was part of the 144,000, and then as she developed her relationship with Chad, she felt like they were the head leaders of it.
And when you talk about the 144,000, can you explain a little bit about what that would mean?
It's reference from Scripture and the Bible and the Doctrine and Covenants about a group of 144,000 that would be here during the return of our Savior, and they would help do a great missionary work throughout the world. And they would have, a lot of a spiritual endowment from on high.
So if someone were to be the head of that 144,000, would that be a pretty high calling?
Absolutely.
Would that be a position of pretty significant power?
Yes.
And when you talk about they may have shared this with their inner circle or their close friends, do you know who that would have included for them?
Yes. It would have included Sulema Pastenis, Serena Sharp, Christina Atwood, Nicole, forgot her last name, Melanie Pulowski, and I believe she told her sister later on, and I don't know how much she shared with her family. I believe that's, and Alex, I don't believe, well, let's see. Those are the main people.
And when you say Alex, Alex who?
Alex Cox, her brother, Lori's brother.
Do you recall approximately when Lori started talking about being part of the 144,000 or the head of the 144,000?
Right when I met her.
And then I think so. And I guess I should break this down. I kind of ask a compound question there. So she first starts talking about being part of the 144,000 when you first meet her. Would that be correct?
Correct.
And then I think you'd already indicated after she met Chad, she indicated that she and Chad were the heads of the 144,000 or the leaders.
Correct.
Do you recall approximately how long after meeting Chad she started telling you that?
Within weeks, probably.
Do you recall Lori ever telling you about a light and dark scale?
Yes.
Did she ever explain to you what the light and dark scale was?
She did.
And what did she tell you regarding that?
She told me that people that were light were people that before they came to this planet, when we lived in a premortal realm, basically our spirits lived there before we physically came here, that those that signed contracts and made agreements with the Savior were light, and those that were dark were those that signed contracts with Satan.
Do you recall when she first started telling you about light and dark, the light and dark scale?
It was sometime after she met Chad, that few weeks, when she met him. I would say probably pretty immediate. It feels like it was like it could have been possibly that weekend or just days after that, after she met him.
And when she would tell you these things, would she also essentially be teaching you about this?
Correct.
Did you observe her teaching any other people these things?
Yes.
And do you recall who else you observed her teach these things to?
I saw her teach them to the girls that I mentioned earlier, her brother, and just a few other friends that I did a podcast with.
Did the teachings about light and dark evolve over time?
They did.
What else did Lori end up telling you regarding someone that was dark?
I'm sorry, repeat that again.
What else did Lori tell you regarding someone that was dark?
At first it was, they were working under the contract of Satan, and so they were more on that dark side, and then it would change, often more and more, but
could someone switch from being light to dark or dark to light?
I believe so. I believe that's my memory, yes.
And just backing up a little bit, when we talk about that inner circle, do you recall if Brandon Boudreaux was part of that circle?
Do you mean like sharing the beliefs with?
Yes.
Or no, we didn't share. She didn't share, or Chad didn't share with him any of that information that I know of. I mean, she could have, but I don't remember it.
Do you recall Brandon ever being at any meetings or gatherings where you were there?
I don't recall that.
Did you ever talk to Brandon about anything Lori was telling you?
No, not during my friendship with Lori, no.
What about Charles Vallow? Was he present for any of the teachings or the gatherings or the meetings?
No.
Do you believe that Lori would have considered him part of an inner circle?
No.
Did Lori ever tell you anything with regard to an individual being possessed?
Yes.
And what did she tell you regarding that?
So my first experience with her sharing that with me was, I recall she was in, I believe it was the second house that I met her in. So it was probably, that January time of 2019. And she first started telling me she was in the backyard of her house. She came in and she started sharing all the information she just heard from Chad. Chad let her know that Charles Vallow was taken over by an evil spirit, and that was the first time she had heard of it. And then, that made him dark, according to them.
And that was in January of 2019?
I believe that is correct.
Did Lori talk to you about a dream she had had?
Yes.
And what did she tell you regarding a dream she had around that time?
So she shared with me that Charles was getting ready to go to Texas, and I don't know if he was there already, but that she had saw him in a car accident. I believe JJ might have been with him in the car accident, but that he died in it. And so he would not be coming back home by January 1st.
And do you know if JJ was with Charles during that time?
He was.
And do you know if JJ would have been traveling back with Charles?
Yes, he was.
Do you know if Charles was in an accident at that time?
He was not.
Did you ever talk to Lori about the fact Charles was not in an accident?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you regarding that?
I asked her what happened. You shared that you thought he was going to pass away. And she said he didn't because Satan interfered with the plan.
And when she talked about the plan, did she tell you whose plan it was?
She would talk about just from her own experiences. Often she would either have what she would call revelation about different experiences with Charles, or maybe she would also talk about her experiences with Chad and how they envisioned getting together, that their spouses would pass away, so that was the plan that was revealed to them. They believed that their spouses would pass away.
With the idea being that once their spouses passed away, they could be together?
Correct.
Based on what Lori was telling you, was it your understanding as well, because Charles was dark, he would need to pass away?
Correct.
Do you recall Lori ever talking to you about castings?
Yes.
What did she tell you regarding castings?
So she would say that she was trying to understand how to get these evil spirits out. And so her attempt to do that was to have like a prayer where she would, like you maybe would read from the scriptures, where you would try to encourage the spirit to come out by the power of God.
Did you ever participate in any castings or observe them?
Yes.
Do you recall when that would have been? Approximate, if you can remember.
Probably January, February 2019 is after, she learned that Charles was dark, so sometime after that.
And I apologize because you may have already said this, but was Charles the first individual that you ever heard Lori call dark?
Yes.
Do you recall where that casting would have taken place?
The first time I recall was at Sulema's house.
Do you recall who was present for that?
Lori, Sulema, Christina, Nicole, Serena, and me.
And those are some of the same individuals you'd previously mentioned, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
And you talked about castings being kind of a prayer. Was there any other element to the castings?
I guess so. It was definitely out of context for what I would, see anybody talk about in a spiritual level in any religion, but they would use terminology that to me sounded kind of like energy work, and so they would try to share words like disconnect their cords, like a cord was something you connect your spirit to your body, something like that. They use different elements and words. I didn't use those type of words. I just talked about, my relationship with Christ, and so I don't recall exactly how everybody spoke those words, but it was their attempt to help convince the spirit to leave the body.
And so to back up a little bit, when we talk about to convince the spirit to leave the body, would that be the evil spirit or the presence that had come in, or would that be the actual individual spirit?
It would be the spirit that took over that particular person's body.
Do you recall what Lori told you regarding where the original spirit from that body was?
In the beginning, it was, they would be, I believe it was they were either in the spirit world or spirit prison. I can't remember in the beginning. That's where they would be stuck sometimes between this world and that world. It kind of changed a lot, so I'm sorry if I'm not real accurate, but it was either they were on the other side, that they had moved on in the spirit world, or either somehow they were stuck or something like that.
And you're just fine. I'm just asking for what you recall.
Okay.
And I recognize it's been some time.
Yeah.
With regard, so what she told you, though, is the original spirit is out of the body.
Correct.
The physical body is still alive.
Correct.
And another entity or spirit is in that body.
Correct.
Do you recall what she told you regarding if the other spirit, the evil spirit, the entity is cast out of the body, what would happen to the body?
So the first time they thought they were able to cast out this first spirit that took over Charles's body, whose name was Ned. When that spirit left, so they weren't sure how it worked. And so after they believed Ned left, then they would see that Charles was still alive. And then they would come up with another idea that maybe another spirit, and then they come up with another name that spirit was the one that took over his body.
And when you say they would come up with, this wasn't something that you were told all at once then?
Oh, no.
So as time went on, teachings evolved?
Absolutely.
And you refer to when Ned leaves Charles' body, another entity or spirit comes in?
Correct.
Did they give that a name that you recall, or did Lori ever refer to that entity by any name?
Yes.
And what was that?
Then after Ned, it was Garrick, I believe. Garrett, maybe Garrett.
And then what happened with regard to Garrett?
Then he supposedly was cast out. And then after that, another one, if I think it's the final one, was something like Heaplos, something like that.
And I think you said you participated in a few castings. Did you participate in any other castings regarding Charles?
Yeah, there was several with Charles, yes.
Were those castings done as new spirits would come in?
Yes.
Do you recall if Lori indicated whether or not the original spirit could ever come back into the body?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall if they told you anything, do you recall if Lori ever used the term zombie?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when she used that term?
It wasn't in the beginning, but I would say weeks after the original idea that someone taken over the body, they just started using that terminology. I would just say weeks after that.
And with that, you talked about participating in several castings on Charles. We
Yes.
talked about who was at the first one. Do you recall if it was the same individuals at the next casting?
There could have been not different people generally, but just maybe less of the group. I know that there was another lady, but I don't even remember her name anymore, but I think she was there very shortly.
Do you recall if Lori was present for all of the castings you were at?
Yeah. Yes.
And was she present?
Yes.
Just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you recall if Chad was present at any of the castings?
I can recall one. It could have been more, but I can recall one.
And the one that you recalled Chad at, was that a casting for Charles?
Charles had already passed away. It was right after his death.
Do you recall who else you did castings for or participated in castings?
I'm not quite sure. It feels like it could have been Brandon Boudreaux, but that's what I can remember.
Do you recall if Lori ever told you that Brandon Boudreaux was dark?
Yes.
Do you recall if she ever told you whether or not he had an evil spirit in him?
Yes.
And did she indicate that he did have an evil spirit?
She did.
Do you recall if Lori told you anything else about Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes, so it evolved. And so he was, I believe he was dark from the beginning. I could be wrong on that, but that's my recollection. And then he became a very high level dark. So the darkness kind of evolved into, like, they had multiple lives as well. And then he was supposedly part of Hitler's group during that regime. So he just kind of it just evolved like that.
Do you recall if you participated in castings for any other individuals?
I don't recall.
And I think you indicated the casting that Chad participated at would have been after Charles' passing.
Yes.
So to the best of your recollection, would that have been the one for Brandon Boudreaux?
That's what my recollection is.
And outside of the castings, were you ever told that anyone else was dark?
Yes.
Do you recall who else you were told was dark?
So it was Charles. That was Brandon. Her brother, not Alex, but another brother of hers. Eventually her dad. And then Tylee, then Kay, then at the very end, JJ. And just random people that I can't recall, but those are the ones that I'm recalling at this moment.
Do you recall if you were ever told anything by Lori about Tammy's, whether she was light or dark?
If she was considered dark, it was right before she passed, so.
Were you ever told, with regard to Tylee being dark, did Lori ever tell you whether or not an evil spirit had entered Tylee?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
It was sometime between probably February or March to June, somewhere. I believe when she was in Texas, maybe she shared with me when she was in Texas, which you probably can recall better when she was in Texas than I can, but it's probably like in May or April whenever she was there. That's what it feels like. That's what it was.
Do you recall approximately when, well, actually, let me back up. Did she ever tell you if JJ was taken over or possessed by an evil spirit?
Yes, she did.
And do you recall approximately when that would have been?
Sorry, getting my September. Was it September 2019? Is that when I was? Yeah, September. September.
In 2019?
Yeah.
And was that the first time you'd heard of JJ being possessed?
Yes.
And you'd mentioned that there was a casting done after Charles had passed away. Do you know when Charles passed away?
I believe it was July 11th, 2019.
And you indicated previously, I believe, that Lori had talked about how both Charles and Tammy were supposed to pass away.
Correct.
Do you know what she told you regarding Tammy passing away?
She learned from Chad that he knew years ago that she would be passing away, early in her life.
I believe you already testified that Lori had moved back to Arizona before Charles passed away.
Correct.
Were you in contact with Lori when she came back to Arizona?
Yes,
Did you, in fact, stay at her house in July of 2019?
I did.
Do you recall what day you stayed at her house?
It was, I believe, the 10th or the night. Spend the night and night 10th, something like that.
Around the 9th or 10th?
Yeah.
At some point, were you going to stay there longer?
No, I just periodically stayed with her, but I didn't have a agenda or anything.
After you had left, do you know if anyone else ended up staying the night at her residence?
Yes, I was told Alex was coming the next morning or the next day.
Do you know if that would have been the night before Charles died?
Right, correct.
Did Lori tell you why she was going to have Alex stay there?
She told me that he needed to stay there to protect her because Charles was going to kill her.
Did Lori ever tell you how Charles died?
She did.
What did she tell you?
She told me that when he came into the house, he was argumentative with her. She had JJ in the car. She had his cell phone. She told me his cell phone was in the car that JJ was in, and that she said that the spirit told her to pick up the phone and grab it. She ran into the house, and he was really angry that he took her phone, and they were yelling and screaming. He was threatening her, she told me. And Tylee came out with a baseball bat. She told me to protect herself or her mom, or felt the need to protect them, and that it got heated, the conversation. And Alex interacted with him, and it became very argumentative. He said that he went to get his gun to protect them, and then he shot him.
And when you say he shot him, who shot Charles?
Alex.
Did Lori tell you whether or not she witnessed the shooting?
I don't think so.
Did she indicate that she was present for the altercation?
Yes.
Do you recall if Chad Daybell ended up visiting sometime after Charles' death?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
I would say within a week or two. I don't recall the time or day.
Did you observe Chad and Lori together when he visited after Charles' death?
Yes.
Were you able to make any observations as to how Chad seemed?
They both seem very happy.
And when you say they both, was that Chad and Lori?
Correct.
And when we talk, you talked about she took his phone. Are you referring to, who is the she?
Lori said she grabbed his
And when you
Charles's
say,
cell phone.
did Lori tell you where Tylee was during the shooting?
I just know she was around. I don't recall her expressing. She could have. I can't recall it right now. Who was present? I just know Alex was.
Do you recall if she told you where JJ was during the shooting?
My memory seems to be either he was in the car or I know at some point she took him somewhere, but it might have been afterwards. I just don't recall right now.
Did anyone make any indication to you regarding feelings of Charles being dead?
No, I mean, you mean like sad feelings or?
Yeah, any indication of feeling sad?
The appearance was not sad.
Did anyone indicate being happy or relieved that Charles was deceased?
If there was a portray of happiness and excitement, yeah.
Prior to Charles' passing, do you know if Chad and Lori had stayed in contact with each other?
Yes.
Do you know how frequently they would communicate?
Multiple times a day, that is my understanding.
Did you ever observe Lori with more than one cell phone?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many cell phones you had seen her with?
At least 2, maybe 3.
Did she ever tell you what she used those phones for?
She had one phone just for Chad and then her regular cell phone, and I can't remember. Seemed like she got another one.
Did Lori ever tell you whether or not she and Chad would meet up? Would ever meet while Charles was still alive?
Yes.
Did she tell you where they would meet?
One time she said they, after visiting her, or right after I visited her in Texas, she was to meet with him. And I believe they were in a hotel, according to my memory, and they were to go to temples together. That's what she said. There was another time she left town, but she indicated she went to Salt Lake, but my guess is she didn't. I don't know. She indicated she went to Salt Lake, so I don't know if they met up there or what happened there. She didn't tell me if they got together there, but.
I'm going to object, move to strike. It looks like this is speculation. She doesn't know what Lori did.
I will sustain that objection, so I'll instruct the jurors to please don't consider that previous response as to the speculative answer.
Did Lori ever tell you directly that she and Chad would meet at hotels or motels?
Yes.
And did they actually meet did she tell you that they met at hotels?
Yes.
Did she tell you that they would meet at motels?
I don't remember the wording exactly.
One of the two.
Yeah, right.
Did Lori ever indicate to you whether or not she and Chad were engaged in an affair?
She would just share that they were intimate.
Was this while Charles was still alive?
Yes.
Was this while Tammy was still alive?
Yes.
Did Lori indicate whether or not she thought it was okay that they were engaging in intimate relations?
She did. She felt it was according to God's will.
And did she tell you, ever expand on why she believed it was according to God's will?
Yes. She explained that because they had been married in multiple lives and they had a mission together, that it was okay.
And when we talk about her having a mission, did she ever talk to you about her mission to lead the 144,000 in relation to her children?
She indicated that she was a part of that group, the 144,000, and at some point everybody in her family would pass on just because of tribulations. At some point she shared that with me, probably in the very beginning.
Did Lori ever indicate any concerns to you about her ability to continue to care for JJ?
I believe, just right before he was killed, she just indicated he was difficult to handle, and so it was hard for her to do that and to be with Chad. So something in that communication like that.
Did she ever indicate a desire to quit caring for JJ or to get rid of him?
She did.
And what did she indicate to you?
She indicated that she was going to ask Kay if she could watch him from now on.
And going back a little bit, when was the last time that you saw Tylee?
Between July, before they left to Idaho. So she left, I think, in October, September, August. I don't know, July or August, whenever, right before, probably they left to go up to Idaho.
And do you recall approximately when they left to go to Idaho?
Maybe beginning August 2019.
And when you say they, do you know who went to Idaho?
Lori, Tylee, JJ, and
What?
Alex. Alex went up there too.
And when you say Alex went up there too, do you recall if he moved at the same time as Lori?
Around the same time. It seemed like he might have gotten there maybe a week. I know she went to visit to find an apartment. It seems like he might have been there a week or so before. I know it's just around the same time.
Once she left to Idaho, did you ever speak to Lori on the phone?
I did.
When you would talk to her on the phone, did you ever hear Tylee or JJ or speak to one of them?
I heard Tylee in the background.
Do you recall if that was close in time to their move?
They were already moved in their apartment in Idaho.
After seeing Tylee before they moved, did you ever see Tylee again?
No.
Did you ever travel to Idaho to where Lori was living?
I did.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
In September, the middle of the month.
And why did you travel up there?
A few reasons. She asked me to come up. Another reason is there was a seminar that I was interested in going to around not too far from her home. And also me and my boyfriend at the time were going to see his son as well when we were passing through.
When you came to Idaho, did you end up staying at Lori's residence?
I did.
Did David also stay at Lori's residence?
He did.
When you got there, did you see Tylee?
No,
Did you ask Lori where Tylee was?
I did.
What did Lori tell you?
She told me that she was at BYU and she moved her in with some female friends or people, at the dorms or somewhere at night, BYU campus.
Do you recall how long you were in Idaho?
I believe a Thursday to a Monday morning.
While you were there, did you ever see Tylee?
No,
Did you ever hear anyone speak to Tylee?
no,
Did Lori make any other reference to Tylee while you were there?
I asked about her belongings. They weren't in, I didn't see them. She said she put them in storage. She really didn't talk about her much.
Did you see JJ when you were there?
I did.
Did Lori talk to you about JJ while you were there?
She did.
What did she tell you about JJ?
When I first arrived, she let me know that she said that JJ had now had an evil spirit in him. She had learned it from the day before.
Did she indicate how she knew that he had an evil spirit?
She said that she always went to Chad about this information and he would share it with her when it would happen.
Did she indicate whether or not she'd made any observations regarding the behaviors of JJ?
She did.
And what did she tell you?
She would tell me his behavior was more difficult, and she would tell me his speech was more intelligent, and she would tell me he would say things like, "I love Satan." She told me he would, climb up on the refrigerator and go up top of the cabinets, and he was acting just more aggressive, more. She just tried to explain how she believed he was changing in more of a negative type of a demeanor, I guess.
Was this the first time that Lori had talked to you about someone changing once they were dark or possessed?
No.
And who else had she indicated had behavior or physical changes?
I remember Charles. She indicated he looked different. I just not remembering all the details, but she would say some things about their behaviors. She would share, like maybe they would just talk to her differently.
Do you recall approximately how many times before that interaction or that visit that you would have seen JJ?
I saw him a handful of times. I haven't tried to figure it out. Maybe 10 or 15 times in his life. I'm not sure.
Based on the times that you'd been able to observe him, did you notice any changes in JJ?
No.
Did he appear to be a typical 7-year-old?
A typical 7-year-old autistic kid.
And when you say a typical 7-year-old autistic kid, do you have experience with autistic children?
To some level.
And So you're aware, or you've observed some behaviors before.
Yes.
And JJ's behavior seemed consistent with any autistic 7-year-old
Yes.
that you've observed.
Yes.
Did you ever see JJ climbing on counters or the ceiling?
No.
While you were there, did you ever observe JJ act out?
He seemed very upset one day, and so Chad took him upstairs and went into a bedroom with him, according to Chad.
And you were there towards the mid to end of September, is that what you said?
So the day I left, I believe, was September 23rd, so the Thursday before that.
And Charles had passed away.
Correct.
Do you know if Tammy was still alive?
She was.
And you mentioned Chad being there.
Yes.
Was Chad there for the duration of your visit?
He would come in and out.
Do you know if he stayed the night while you were there?
No.
And I'll clarify that. No, you don't know, or no, he did not.
No, he did not.
So when JJ acted out, it was Chad, not Lori, that took him upstairs.
Correct.
And when Chad came, did Chad come back down from taking him upstairs?
He did.
Was JJ with him?
I think so.
What did Chad say regarding that?
He just quietly came down, and I asked him why his neck was so red, and he said that JJ had scratched his neck.
Did you have occasion to observe Chad and Lori during that visit?
I did.
Did you observe their interactions with each other?
I did.
What did you observe?
They're affectionate. He consoled her. He would kiss her on the cheek, hug her. And they had, fun together, singing and dancing too.
Did they appear fairly affectionate?
Yes.
Do you recall going to walk a track with them?
I do.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you went to do that?
Walked around the track with them, and then we went downstairs, and they showed me some beautiful pictures in one of the hallways at the campus. And then at the end, as we got in the car, Lori and I got in her car, and then he got in his car. They were affectionate. He hugged her and gave her a kiss.
Do you recall if you were told anything regarding the secrecy of Chad and Lori's relationship?
Yes.
And what were you told?
Chad had indicated to David that weekend that, he'd appreciate if he didn't share it with anybody about their relationship. He probably talked about it like that, but I can recall that moment.
And were you present for that conversation?
Yes.
During that conversation, did you indicate that was a conversation mainly between Chad and David?
Yes.
Did you overhear Chad say anything else regarding Tammy?
He said that he was still married to her, and I wasn't paying attention to the whole conversation, and I don't recall the whole conversation. He could have talked about how she was a good wife. I can't remember if David told me that or she did, but anyway, that's what it feels like, he said.
Do you know, has Lori ever indicated to you if the date September 22nd has any kind of special meaning?
Yes.
And what has she indicated to you?
She indicated to me that was the date that Moroni appeared to her in a temple.
Do you recall the last time you saw JJ?
I recall seeing him the Sunday night when he was being taken upstairs by Alex in his bedroom. That's the last time I recall seeing him.
And do you know what date that was?
I believe that was the 22nd.
Were you still there you left on that next month, or the following day, the Monday?
Correct.
Did you see JJ that next day?
I did not. I don't recall seeing him.
Did Lori say anything to you about JJ?
I don't remember her talking to me about him, other than she was talking about some of his behaviors and things like that.
Prior to Charles dying, did Lori ever talk to you at all about life insurance?
A little bit.
Do you recall what she told you?
Specifically, I remember we were in her kitchen after Charles passed. Right before he came to town. She told me, I said, why would he want to kill you? And she said, well, I have, I think she said $1 million or a few $1 million of insurance on her, that he wanted that. But then she said she found out that he had changed the policy and a lot of that money to his sister Kay.
So a lot of the money, if Lori died, would go to Kay, according to her. Sorry, maybe I got it confused. If Charles passed away, then the money would go to Kay. That's what I meant to say. And do you recall when she told you she had learned that?
It felt like that was the first time. I recall that being the first time we talked about it, the day before he was killed.
Did you ever talk to Lori about why she didn't just get a divorce?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She told me that was not the Lord's will for them to get a divorce because it seemed, especially when I asked about Chad getting divorced, it seemed that the Lord didn't want him to because he would be penalized for that.
And do you know what they meant, or did they ever explain to you what they would be penalized meant?
I recall her saying that he would lose his exaltations or his, something to that effect as his exaltations or his standing with God.
Did you ever see JJ again after the night of September 22nd?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you ever return to visit Lori in Idaho after that visit?
No.
Did you stay in contact with Lori?
Yes.
Did you speak to her frequently, occasionally? Do you remember?
Occasionally.
What about Chad? Did you stay in contact with him?
Oh, yes. He contacted me, but I didn't contact him that I can recall.
Do you recall any specific times that Chad contacted you?
Yes. It seemed like it was a few days in November before Thanksgiving, and he called me when I was in Utah, and he told me that the Rexburg police would be calling to not answer the phone.
Did he expand on that as to why he didn't want you to answer the phone?
Well, I had to ask him a few questions.
And what did he tell you?
He said that the police were questioning at Lori's apartment where JJ was. And then I asked him, I said, he's not with Kay? And he said, no, he's not. And he had a nervous voice, and I asked him if he was, and he said yes. And he told me that Lori would be contacting me shortly after that.
And you say you asked Chad if JJ was with Kay.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you ask him that?
Because that's what I was told. That's where he went. So why would Kay be looking for him if Kay had JJ?
Do you recall who told you that he was with Kay?
Lori did.
Did Lori tell you how she got JJ into Kay's custody?
She said they met at the airport, and they met together, and she asked her to watch JJ.
Do you recall approximately when Lori told you that?
I would say within a few weeks after I left. I don't recall.
And when you say after you left, are you referring to that September visit?
Correct.
Did Lori, in fact, reach out to you?
I believe it's possible I reached out to her and asked her.
What did Lori say to you?
She told me that she met up with Kay in the airport, and that she told her that she had cancer and that she needed for JJ to be watched. And she said, okay. And that was the gist of it.
And to the best of your understanding, Lori's indication was Kay had agreed to take JJ.
Correct.
And going forward to the date that Chad called and asked you not to speak with law enforcement, did Lori in fact reach out to you?
She did.
What did she say?
She said that the police had come by, and she told the police that I had JJ. She told me to go to she told the police that I took JJ to a movie called Frozen, I believe, and just take random pictures of kids running around at the movie theater.
Was JJ with you?
No,
Did law enforcement try to reach out to you?
they did.
Did you pick up or respond to them initially?
Not initially.
And why did you not respond to them initially?
I wasn't sure what in the world to do.
Had Lori told you anything previously regarding law enforcement?
I'm not sure at this point when she shared with me, but she told me that they were dark and that they were, after her, like Satan was after her with the other dark entities that they talked about. So they call them dark translated beings, I believe. But I don't know exactly when she shared that with me, but at some point she did.
Did she tell you anything about other people being after her?
Kay and her brother, her father, and I think.
And her brother, would that have been Alex
brother.
Cox?
No, her other brother. I forgot his name.
So when Chad's called and asked you not to speak to law enforcement, and then Lori's called you, you don't answer law enforcement right away because you're not sure what to do.
Right. She told me, I forgot to share this, she told me that JJ's life was in danger, that Kay was trying to kidnap him from her. That's what she shared with me.
And did you believe her?
I wasn't sure. I was more perplexed and probably in shock a bit.
Had you believed things Lori had shared with you before?
At times, yes.
Was she still a friend of yours at that point?
Yes.
When you initially made contact with law enforcement, or I should ask, did you eventually speak with law enforcement?
Yes, I ended up talking to Officer Pillar from Gilbert, Arizona.
And the first time you had contact with law enforcement, did you in fact indicate JJ was with you?
How I shared it with him is I said I had him, but then I didn't have him anymore, that Lori had him. That's how I kind of talked about it.
And had you ever had JJ with you?
No.
And why at that time did you relay that to law enforcement?
I wasn't 100% sure she was telling the truth or not, and I felt in a very weird and uncomfortable position, and I really did not know what to do. Regrettably, I didn't share exactly how I wanted to.
At some point, did you end up making contact with law enforcement at a later date?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I feel like it was just the very beginning of December probably, or the very end of November, somewhere in that time.
At that time, did you tell law enforcement that JJ had never been with you?
Oh, yeah.
Did you share with them what you knew?
Yes.
And Judge, I'll indicate I'm getting close to the point of asking to admit an exhibit that's about a little over 20 minutes long. If that is admitted and published, I don't know if you'd like to take a mid-morning break now or continue through that.
Let's go ahead and go forward now and take the break. It's how long? 20 minutes?
A little over 20 minutes.
Okay, let's keep going at this point.
Thank you. Ms. Gibb, did you share a recording with law enforcement at some point?
I did.
When was that recording made?
I believe sometime in December, the beginning of December.
Was it a recording of a conversation that you were party to?
Yes.
Who else is on that call?
Lori and Chad and myself.
Did you, in fact, make the recording?
I did.
And if you were to hear a portion of that recording, do you believe that you would be able to recognize that?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have what's marked as State's Exhibit 42. I would ask to be allowed to play a portion of that for identification purposes.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I'm not sure if we're just going to play a portion of it or the entire conversation. We'd rather that the court hear the entire conversation.
The portion was just simply to lay foundation, I think, for identification purposes.
If the defense will stipulate to the admission, I'm happy to play the full thing. It was just for identification purposes. I didn't know if we wanted her to identify it first.
I think we've all heard it. Well, both sides have heard it. If it's not what it purports to be, I'll certainly object right at the beginning.
Okay, and why don't we just get it started? You can pause it and lay that identification foundation. I'll confirm again whether or not the defense then objects to it being admitted. Thank you, counsel.
This is a recording on December 8th at 3:43 p.m. And I am calling Chad Daybell's phone number, and hopefully I will be talking to both of them, Chad and Lori. So here goes the phone call.
All right, Ms. Blake, can you pause it at that point? Thank you. So, again, to lay that foundation of identification, Mr. Thomas, you indicate you previously reviewed this exhibit. Do you have any concerns going forward that this is the correct exhibit you've previously reviewed?
No, Your Honor, this is the exhibit that we were anticipating.
All right. Is there any objection then? 42 needs to be admitted before published, so it's been moved to be admitted. Does the defense object to the admission of Exhibit 42?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. So, Ms. Blake, apologies for the interruption. You can publish this now.
And I will just make the record, so for defense and the court's benefit, I have that the total duration is going to be 21 minutes and 53 seconds.
Okay. Thank you,
Just
Ms.
so that comports with counsel's copy.
It does.
All right. It can be published at this time, and it is admitted.
Hi, Chad. Hey, Lori. Hi. Oh, okay. don't mind, Lori.
Yeah, of course.
I want to know, remember we talked about JJ going to Kay's house, and you told me he went there, and now he's not there? I was wondering what happened.
Well, I had to move him somewhere else because of her actions. So,
Was she doing something? Like, was she trying to come get him or something? Or, like, trying to kidnap him?
well, she's said that multiple times before, but,
Okay. Well, like, I asked Chad the other day, I was like, hey, where is JJ? And he said, for my security, he didn't want me to know. So is there a reason I should be in danger to know where he is?
no, it's nobody. It's his danger. It's the danger that there's people after me.
Okay.
So,
if you knew, that puts you in a danger.
well, just in a bad position. And
Yeah, bad position.
everybody, if they don't know anything, then they don't have to say they know.
Right, so you're just worried. Okay.
I'm just to keep him protected and
Keep you protected.
keep everybody else protected.
I appreciate that. I was wondering why you told the police why he was with me.
I just needed to have somebody so I wouldn't have to tell them where he really was if they were going to tell Kay where he is.
Oh, yeah. So do you think it's like your family? Or, like your family, your dad, or,
Well,
those
my
people?
family, well, not my whole family, but as you know, most of my family is working against me and
Yeah.
with her, basically.
Yeah. Is JJ safe?
He is safe and happy.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Are you afraid of anything? Like, are you afraid to tell me that you're just afraid that that I could be in danger? Like like I don't, like if I knew, like how could that hurt me? I don't understand how that could hurt me if I knew where he was.
Well, I'm just not telling anybody so that nobody has to say where he is or get questioned where he is so I can keep him as safe as possible.
Yeah. Okay, I hope that he's okay. I hope you guys are okay. I did have a question. I asked Al at one point, your brother, if I wanted to know, like where he was, and he said I did not want to know, and that he could not be found. So what does that mean?
Time out on your laptop.
Also, that nobody has to be worried about it. I mean, nobody has to be questioned about it so he can be safe.
Yeah, so how long are you going to be away for? Like, are you ever going to be able to come out and come back to society again? Or are you going to keep, come back? What does that look like?
I will do whatever the Lord needs me to do every day, so
I just wondered if I was ever going to see you again.
absolutely you will.
Okay, so maybe when they're done chasing you, you'll be able to come out again, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's a ridiculous thing for them to be working with Kay to find me. There's nothing that's gone on that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're working with her in some dark capacity. The police are working with her in some dark capacity. There's no reason for them to be after me in the first place.
Yeah, has she threatened you at all?
Yes, lots of times.
Oh boy. What did she say?
Well, it's in emails and everything, so.
So, she said she was going to come take them, or she was...
There's a lot of things.
Yeah.
Nellie.
Well, it sounds like it. I'm just worried for you guys because
What did he have to do that? Did he hide?
He had to hide. He had to hide because they were so. Everybody's killing everybody in the society. Everybody was dying. They were killing all the natives.
Felt in the scriptures had to hide in the cavity of a rock by day and go out by night.
The prophets did.
They did.
Yeah. Okay,
So
thank you for sharing that with me.
Scripture.
Okay, this scripture is just something that may be thoughtful for you. For behold, this is Doctrine and Covenants, section 3, verse 7 and 8, says, For behold, you should not have feared man more than God. Although men set not the counsels of God and despise his words, yet you should have been faithful, and he would have extended his arm and supported you against all the fiery darts of the adversary. He would have been with you in every trouble. So when we work with the Lord and are obedient, He's going to protect us from adversarial darts and all kinds of negativity. But when we open the door to Satan, he comes in and then he attacks. And then he takes away to make it look like somebody else took it away. But that's not how God works. He doesn't work in darkness.
I agree with you 100%. And that's what the Lord is doing for me. Exactly what he's doing for me.
Oh, it just
We have not opened the door for darkness now. Darkness is knocking on the door all the time because that's the way dark works with the light. And I promise you that I have done nothing wrong in this case, but sometimes you have to hide in a cavity of a rock for your own life safety. And that's what the Lord requires of you sometimes. And that's how it is. And I'm sorry that's how it is because there is a lot of darkness on the earth.
Yeah.
She's been after me for zero reason besides the darkness of Kay, which you already know she's dark.
I haven't met her enough to know if she's dark or not. I've just met her slightly, and she seemed like a normal kind of person, but then I haven't engaged with her that much, so I don't know that personally.
So you don't know about her changing the thing for herself to be the beneficiary of the policy and all that stuff. None of that's dark, right?
Well, I haven't seen those documents, so I have no way of knowing.
You've seen them on my computer.
No, I have not. I haven't even looked in on your computer before. You don't show me
I don't
anything.
know why you're being controversial to me or if you're recording this conversation for the police or whatever. I don't know what your intention is on this phone call.
Well,
but I love with all my heart, and I have forever, and I will always love you.
I appreciate those words, but if you really loved me, you wouldn't have told the police that I had JJ with me. That's not what a friend does. I mean, that just makes me look weird, and it's not safe for me. That doesn't look good. I mean, you had to think of my welfare if you love me.
I do, and I did exactly what I felt the Lord was instructing me to do. And I appreciate you, and I love you. And I never do anything to harm you. And you can have all of this confirmed to you by the Lord.
I have. And my conscience is clear. I feel very understanding what's really going on, Lori. And I believe that you have been very deceived by Satan. I believe that he has tricked you. And I don't believe that what you're doing is correct. I just don't. I mean, Tammy dies, and then your husband died, and then he's missing. It just doesn't sound like God's plan to me. It gives me a gut feeling, like in my gut, it feels weird. It doesn't feel right. I don't have peace about it. I never have felt 100% peace about it. I always felt like a little weird in my stomach about all these things.
You know me, Mel. You know me. This does not sound like you. This sounds like you've been influenced by somebody dark who wants you to believe dark things and have fear of the celestial world.
I don't have fear.
You obviously do.
No, I have a peace of conscience, and I can see clearly.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I love you so much.
I know you do. I don't know what else to say.
Stand Christ when he comes again, and he's coming soon, and we will all stand there, and you will know at that point that he is supporting me and has supported me the whole time, and I have not been deceived.
I just want to testify that I know Tammy the conspiracy theories. My sister-in-law's right behind it all, and I hope that you're not being influenced by that dark team.
I don't know who she is. I'm sorry, you said your sister-in-law? I don't even know her.
I know, but she's coming up with the same type of theories. And it's just not true. My own children were there. They testified that Tammy had been getting weaker and sick, and I begged her to go to the doctor. Her heart was failing her. She was physically falling apart. She hates doctors, and she just passed away. That's how it happened. My son Garth was right there with me the whole time. My kids were at the house within 20 minutes of her passing. There were 2 coroners. They checked her out right there on the bed. All these conspiracy theories just make me sick to my stomach. Just absolutely sick. I know it's been told 3 years that Tammy would pass away at a young age. And I had no idea that Lori would even be a part of my life. I just knew that my life had 2 segments. And that I know Tammy's on a special mission and she's with my kids. She's visited them. There's so much, Melanie, that you just have to have faith. And this is not some sort of master plan. There's no way Lori and I should ever come up with this. It's just...
You can understand my concern, correct?
I can, from an outside perspective, but from
someone who knows as much as you know, no, not really. But we can feel Dave's influence on you. I can feel that, for sure.
He's a very good man, and he has a very strong foundation, that I know.
I know, but he seems to be the one that's putting the doubts in your mind.
You know what? I have come to understand that my gut feeling, I was not listening to it. And I always felt uncomfortable with many things.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry that I included you in those teachings then for your own sake, because I wish that you didn't have as much knowledge as you have, because you will be accountable for the knowledge that you do have, Mel.
So are you.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
100%. I have no fear.
Yeah.
I have no fear of that.
But I really, as I was reading the story of Cor, and it is so very similar to this, you just can't see it, but he did it because he was trying to reclaim the people, and he thought at the very end, because of his carnal and natural desires, that's what influenced him. And he was very
Carnal natural desires?
Well, honey, you got a lot of natural desires. We all know that.
That's what you think is me, Cora? Are you kidding me right now?
I think both of you have similarities. It's in the scriptures. It's in the scriptures. And the scriptures are very powerful.
Yes, they are. I live by the scriptures, as you know.
I know, but we can rest the scriptures for our own vain glory.
I rested the scriptures?
We can do that, and I feel that you have. Our belief systems.
Do I rest the scriptures? Is that what you're accusing me of at this point?
I feel that you have.
Why do you feel that way? I need an explanation on this.
Because if you look, like the scripture just
Do you read the scriptures every single day? You know?
Why know you read it? I don't doubt that. But the scripture right here says that you will be supported by all against the fiery darts of the adversary. You would have been supported if you had not opened dark portals and dark junk. You would have been safe if you would have obeyed God. He would have had your back. But you have been chased and tortured.
Whether you do this or not,
I'm sorry?
he had your back. So...
Well, if he has your back, you would not be able to tell me where you are, and we couldn't find JJ. Like, where is he? I've been asking, where is he? And, you know what I mean? Like, that's
I can tell everything where JJ is right now, and that would not be good, JJ. So, I'm sorry that you don't want me to protect my children, but I would never ask you to not protect your children.
Of course you wouldn't.
So, I can tell that you're just adversarial, Mel. I love you. I'm sorry that you feel this way.
Because I actually do care. I'm sharing what I feel for you because I know your salvation's in trouble for what you've done.
And my salvation is not in trouble at all. And I think you should check that with the Lord again.
Well, I felt a lot of things from the Lord. And this doesn't feel right.
Well, I'm sorry that you feel that way, sweetheart. I'm sorry that you're friends with all those who are against me. Joseph Smith's friends turned against me.
I'm not friends with people that are against you.
Apparently you are.
I am not. I don't know Kay. I don't know who you're talking about. Your sister. I don't even know what her name or who she is. I don't know any of those people. Why would they contact me anyway? How would I even know about that?
Well, you're friends with Dave, and he's apparently, you know.
Well, David is a very righteous man, and I've always known that grounding about him. And he has a lot of beautiful experiences with the Lord, and these are not the same. You know, when you get the priesthood, as Peter, James, and John shows up, and then he confirms all of those in the circle that are to get it, and everybody's a witness of that. Everybody's a witness that the pattern is in the scriptures. There's no witness that you ever receive what you think you received. Nobody has seen that but you. There's no witness. The witness, Joseph Smith, Oliver Calvary, Martin Harris, the 8 witnesses, they all showed up.
Is there a witness? And Jesus, Heavenly Father, gave that to Joseph Smith by himself in the grove was their witness.
No, but they had it later with other people. That was one experience, but others joined in later. When he brought other people into it, they had experiences.
Scriptures, yes or no?
I'm sorry?
Is that in the scriptures, yes or no?
That Joseph was alone when he saw God the Father and Jesus Christ?
Yes.
Yes, he was alone.
He was alone.
But he had to open it up first.
That's not a pattern at all.
Honey, what I'm saying is that after he saw that and other people joined in, they saw the things with him. He wasn't alone. There was a witness for them. There was no witness. Anybody's never seen what you've seen or experienced what you've seen. That's your own witness, but nobody said that.
No, God knows it, and I will never deny it. For my soul would be at stake if I did. So you can say it didn't happen to me, Mel, but if I say it, then I am accountable. You didn't witness it, but I did.
But your behaviors is not, okay, I understand that's what you believe you saw, but this is the thing, as I see, is that your behavior is not one of somebody that's in Christ. Your behavior. What?
Never had any idea that you would be the person of all people to turn me. I cannot believe.
I'm asking questions, and I am concerned for you. That is what somebody does when they care.
You don't sound like you're concerned. You sound like you're accusatory. You do not sound concerned. You sound pissed off.
I'm not. I am troubled. Maybe that's the better word. Troubled. Because these things, like you being with Chad before he's even divorced, is unusual behavior for a person that's seen Jesus Christ.
I was never with him, and he was never divorced.
Honey, I've seen you guys together. So I haven't ever seen you with, I've never seen you with Chad kiss him and walk around the track at BYU with him. I never saw that. You
say you're the one that's feeling guilty about being with someone before they were divorced.
Oh, honey. I think that's not what we're talking about here.
Wait, it's not what we're talking about here. That's what I'm saying. You are going off the deep end.
Well, I'm just saying this is not a behavior of someone that sees Jesus Christ. It's not the behavior.
Really? Have you ever seen Jesus Christ? So do you know what the future behavior would be if you had seen Jesus Christ?
I know that when I pray.
Each of you every day, and he does protect me, and he is protecting me, and he will protect me against this accusation as well. And we will both stand there with him, and you tell me if I was lying or not, but we're both standing there with Jesus Christ.
Okay.
And that's the end of the audio, Your Honor.
All right. Having heard the published audio then out of Exhibit 42, this would be a good time for us to take our mid-morning break. So we will take about a 20-minute recess and return for further testimony after that.
All right, please.
Let's go to court. If they're Thank you. Please be seated. We'll have the jurors brought back in.
All right, please. Here's our present count.
All right. Thank you. Please be seated. We're back on the record on case CR 2221-1624. We've got a witness, Ms. Gibb, who is testifying, however, not present in the witness box. Is the witness here?
She is, Your Honor. Is the court ready for her to be brought in? I believe she's just in a room outside.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Ms. Gibb, I'll remind you, you're still under oath for your testimony. Ms. Blake, you can continue the direct examination.
Turn on my speaker. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gibb, we just heard a recording that was made by you on December 8th of 2019. Could you clearly hear that?
Yes.
Do you recall why you made that recording?
I made it for several reasons. At first, I was trying to inquire the whereabouts of JJ for his safety. I also wanted to, record her explaining how I didn't know anything about the whereabouts of JJ and any other information I could learn, like where they were. Those, just those kinds of inquiries.
And why had you become concerned about the whereabouts of JJ?
Because they initially told me that he was safe with Kay, and then the police are now involved and questioning where JJ is, and she says, and Chad says that Kay doesn't have them, and so that started to bring some questions to me, like what's really going on, but just not sure. And some just, thoughts with Alex, talking to him and trying to get more clarification.
And circling back, you indicated the last time you saw JJ would have been the night of September 22nd.
Correct.
And you stayed at Lori's residence that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
What room did you stay in?
So she let me sleep in Tylee's room, and then David slept in JJ's room, but I would often go back and forth. And so that night I remember just being in David's room, which was in Tylee's JJ's room. That's what I recall.
So you were in that room with David for most of the night?
I believe so.
Do you recall if David had any kind of an issue that night, health issues or otherwise?
Yeah, he woke up very troubled from a dream that he had, and he just was in a really very heavy, just really felt his heart was racing. He was very kind of scared by the dream.
Did you do anything at that point?
I did. I got my cell phone and I text I think I did both. I called Lori, called Chad to see if they could maybe give him a blessing. I went to her door and I don't know if I knocked on it, but I tried to open her door and it was locked. So I went back to the room.
Did she respond to your call or your text?
No.
Did Chad respond to any attempts to reach him?
No.
And that was the night of September 22nd?
Correct.
And that's the last night you saw JJ?
That's correct.
And just to clarify, you ended up leaving the next day. Do you recall what time of day you left?
Yeah, I would say somewhere after 8 in the morning.
And you did not see JJ on the next morning?
I do not recall seeing him.
And then in November, you get the call about saying JJ's with you.
Correct.
And at that time, you learn he's not with Kay.
That's correct.
Did Lori ever tell you where he was?
No.
When you made that call on December 8th and you heard the audio, there's a few things in there that I wanted to go over with you.
Okay.
A comment is made that for someone who knows as much as you, that Lori can't believe that you're asking these questions, essentially.
Yes.
Do you know what she meant by that? Or what did you take it to mean?
Yes, I took it to mean that all the things that she had learned about multiple lives, multiple probations, all her teachings, all the teachings of Chad and her. Oh, sorry. And multiple probations about people being light, people being dark, those teachings, that's what she was referring to, and that's how I understood it to be.
And when you say those teachings, whose teachings were they?
I think they originated from Chad.
Did Lori also participate in teaching those things?
She did.
And we've talked about what religion you're part of.
Correct.
Are those the same teachings that are generally taught in the LDS faith?
Absolutely not.
And there's also a comment made that you're going to be accountable for the knowledge you do have.
Right.
What did you take that to mean?
All the teachings that she taught, she felt that I would be accountable for all that she shared with me.
And do you know, what did you take it to mean as far as who you would be accountable to?
God.
And there's another comment in there, and I think you say to her something along the lines of, for someone that has seen Jesus Christ or that sees Jesus Christ. Do you recall making that comment?
I do.
Why did you make that comment?
Her character, from my understanding of Christ, is when she was having her relationships with Chad and some deception and lying that was going on at times, and just her behaviors, being with him and also being married, that did not, to me, represent someone that would know Christ at that level.
And when you say at that level, had Lori indicated that she had seen Jesus?
She did.
What did she indicate regarding that?
She shared with me when she first met me that she had seen him in the temple and that he appeared to her.
And as part of the LDS faith, do people sometimes say they've had revelations?
People say they have revelations, yes.
And would that be part of the regular teachings of the church?
Yes.
And if someone has revelations, do others sometimes turn to them for guidance or advice?
People that have authority to do that, yes.
So if Lori was seeing Jesus, would that potentially lead people to turn to her for advice?
No, I don't believe so.
Previously, we talked a little bit about some castings. Do you know who organized the castings that you participated in?
Lori.
Were there any assignments given during those castings?
I think she tried to talk to them about, what they could potentially say during that time. Yeah.
And when you say she, was that Lori?
Lori, yes.
And we also talked about the light and dark scale.
Yes.
And I believe you indicated when asked about Tammy that maybe Tammy became dark close to the time of her death.
Correct.
Do you recall learning of Tammy Daybell's passing?
I do.
Do you recall what date that was?
I believe it was in October, but I don't remember the date.
Do you recall if you learned of it the day that she passed?
I believe it was the day after she passed, through a friend who sent a text to me to show me a little memo that she got from Facebook from Chad's account. And then a random friend, sent it to me and said, look, what happened? That's how I learned of it.
And when we talk about the day after, could it have been the day that it was announced or that it was reported?
The day that it was reported, yes.
Did you reach out to Lori at that time?
I did.
How did you reach out to her?
I called her on her phone.
Do you recall if you also texted her?
I don't remember.
When you talked to her on the phone, do you recall what time of day that was?
It was in the morning.
The early morning, mid-morning, if you recall?
It felt like it was closer to mid-morning.
Did she tell you about the passing or did you tell her?
I told her and then asked her more about it.
Did she seem to have already known about it when you talked to her?
She seemed that she knew something was going on. She said that two of the girls from the group of women that we've discussed earlier had called her and inquired about that.
Did you ask her any questions about it?
I did.
What did she tell you?
I first asked her, I said, did you know that Tammy died? And then I believe I don't know how she indicated, but because of the conversation she had with the two other ladies, that she knew about it through them. And I'm sorry, what was the question again?
I asked it pretty broad, so I'll narrow it down. Did she tell you anything about what she knew regarding Tammy's passing?
So I asked her what happened to Tammy, and she says that she had a dark entity in her, and they had to do what they could to get that spirit out of her.
And when she said they did what they had to do, did you know who she was referring to?
Her and Chad.
Do you recall if she indicated anything regarding Tammy's knowledge of an affair or suspicion of an affair?
She said she was starting to get suspicious.
And by she was starting to get suspicious, was that Tammy?
Correct.
Did Lori indicate how she knew that?
I recall a conversation she had with me about Charles knew Tammy, by phone or something, like there was some connection between their conversations, and maybe another girl. I think it was Christina understood that there was something wrong going on earlier on, and she might have shared some information. I don't know. It was a little bit of information Lori had shared with me. That's all I would have known is from her, but I think that's where it came from.
Do you recall if Lori indicated how long Tammy had been suspicious of that before she passed away?
I would say no longer than 2 weeks.
Do you recall if Lori indicated how long Tammy had been possessed or dark before she passed away?
maybe it wasn't more than 2 weeks. So it could have been less than 2 weeks, but it was a short period of time.
So Tammy becoming dark or possessed and her getting suspicious of the affair, to the best of your knowledge, happened around the same time.
About the fair part, I'm not sure, but the dark part is yes.
About 2 weeks before.
Correct.
Did Lori ever, I'll back that up, Charles is killed on July 11th of 2019, is that correct?
Correct.
Tammy is alive until October 19th of 2019, or about that time.
Correct.
In the meantime, while Charles has passed away and Tammy's still alive, did Lori ever indicate anything to you regarding her relationship with Chad or any frustration?
Yes, she was eager to move to Idaho to be with him. She was frustrated that Tammy had not passed on yet. She kept being told by her own personal revelation that she was supposed to pass away, according to Chad's as well, that she was supposed to pass away by now. I remember one time they said she was supposed to get in a car accident, but she never did. So she was feeling some frustration about being there while he was still married to her.
All right. We'll pause the proceedings for a minute. We've got a phone that went off, so we'll have the marshal take that. Thank you. Apologies. You can continue, Ms. Blake. Thank you.
Thank you. When you talked to Lori after Tammy had passed away, did she indicate how she was feeling?
Sorry, my mind's drifting a little bit. She was very happy to move on and get married to Chad. She was very excited about being married to him and being with him.
Do you recall her expressing any sorrow or sadness?
No.
Was it similar to the demeanor you'd observed shortly after Charles had died?
Yes.
And we talked about some of these teachings of Chad and Lori's, and we've talked about the light and dark scale. Do you also recall anything being taught to you or told you regarding a trust scale?
A little bit. I don't remember the words trust scale. Might have been another word, but yeah, that she had percentages on stuff like, some percentages, and I can't remember all the words, like if they're trusting or other words that would indicate their loyalty to them, or maybe where they were spiritually.
And when you say she had some scales, who is she?
Lori.
Do you recall ever being told anything about vibrations?
Yes.
And who told you about the vibrations?
Lori told me.
What do you recall her telling you about vibrations?
And that vibrations had to do with what level of spirituality you're at. So, for example, if you're at, I think, 1,000 vibrations, you were more in a higher spiritual level. They call it more terrestrial level.
And when you're in these different levels, do you know what the vibrations were leading to as your vibrations increased?
They were leading to more the body being translated, and mostly that is your body being translated and changed.
And do you recall who had talked to you about the vibrations and the translations?
Lori.
Do you recall what you were told regarding while someone was becoming translated, what changes they would go through?
Sometimes she would say she didn't have to eat necessarily. She didn't. She would get younger. Maybe her menstrual cycle would not be changed and things like that.
So it could include physical changes.
Correct.
Would it be safe to say that these changes would take someone beyond the normal mortal body that we're given?
Yeah, higher level of, yeah.
Did Lori ever indicate if she had her own visions?
She was not one to claim so much of as a visionary. I think she said she would have a dream here or there.
Would she talk to you about what those dreams were?
Yes,
And was that similar to the dream she'd had regarding Charles dying?
correct.
So did Lori believe that these dreams would actually come true?
She indicated she believed it.
Were these things also taught to Alex Cox?
Yes,
Did you ever have conversations with Alex Cox?
I did.
What was your understanding, or what did he tell you regarding his belief in what they were teaching?
He gradually began to learn about it. Not in the beginning, but near, more closer to the end of my relationship with them. And he really did believe that these entities were zombies now, or the people that they were hoping would pass away. He indicated that he believed they really were zombies.
And when you talk about the people they were hoping would pass away, who is they?
Charles, Tylee, JJ, Tammy,
And who was hoping they would pass away?
Chad and Lori.
And you say Alex initially wasn't taught some of these things. Do you know the reason why?
He just wasn't, around the conversations in the beginning. Just he was kind of popping in and out of her house, and so it just wasn't disclosed in the beginning.
But he believed in what Chad and Lori were teaching him.
He did.
And he truly, to the best of your understanding, he believed that people could become zombies.
I asked him if I told him I didn't 100% believe it was true, and he said he 100% believed it.
And in that recording from December 8th, you talk about a conversation you had with Alex.
Correct.
And I believe you said you asked him if you wanted to know what happened to JJ.
Yeah.
And what was his response?
He says, you don't want to know.
And when you visited Lori in September, is that when she told you JJ was a zombie?
Yes.
Was Alex Cox there?
Yes.
If I can have just a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Who will be conducting cross-examination?
I will, Judge.
All right, Mr. Thomas, you can commence with your cross-examination. As we get started here, Mr. Thomas, I'll remind you and the witness both, please, to not talk at the same time in the cross-examination so we can keep the record straight. And
Right.
with that
Thank
in
you,
mind,
Judge.
you can inquire.
Ms. Gibb, you've met with the prosecution on several occasions over the last couple of years, right?
Correct.
Okay. When was the last time you met with them?
A few years ago, I don't remember. A few years ago.
So you didn't meet with them in preparation for this trial today?
Not physically.
What does that mean?
I didn't meet face to face with them. I met on Zoom, but I was thinking about when I met with the officers down there. That's what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't thinking of just the interactions I had with Lindsay on Zoom. I was just thinking about an interaction I had physically with them.
What was the last interaction you had with either Ms. Blake or one of the other prosecutors?
It was trying to remember what month it was. Was it end of March, beginning of April, I believe?
So this month?
It could have been the very end of last month.
Okay. And did you go over your testimony with them?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to that, when was the time before that you met with the prosecution?
It felt like it was back in Chandler, a year or two. I don't remember how long it's been now. It's been a while.
Okay. When you went over this with, you said Ms. Blake, is that right?
Correct.
When you went over your testimony with her, were you as forgetful as you've been today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall writing a 7-page, I guess I would say outline, and sending that to Rob Wood?
I remember sending it to a few people. Most likely I did.
Mm-hmm. Have you had a chance to go over that?
No.
No. You sent it back in July of 2020 and haven't looked at it since then?
Oh, I might have looked at it during that month or two, but I haven't looked at it in a long time. I don't know where it is. I can't find it, so I don't know where it is.
Did you ask the prosecutors for a copy of it? Because they gave me a copy of it.
I asked Lindsay if they had some things that I'd share with Rob, like remembering points to help me remember different events, and I didn't receive it.
Okay, but you asked for it?
I might have gotten an email, but I don't believe they were attached to it. I could be wrong, but I'm not recalling it.
Okay.
But I did get some things from her.
Your Honor, I know what the court's probably going to do on this, but I'm going to ask the court to strike this witness's testimony based on Idaho Criminal Rule 16b-6. The state has had...
Your Honor, I would ask for a sidebar.
All right. All right, there's an objection that's going to be argued. We've determined it would be more appropriate to argue this outside of the presence of the jurors. So if all would please rise, we'll have the jurors excused to the jury room while this issue is sorted out.
All right.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Thomas, you lodged an objection. Why don't you indicate again the nature of your objection? I'll allow further response from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense objects to the witness's testimony based on Idaho Criminal Rule 16, parens B, parens 6, which regards state witnesses. I'd like to read the rule just on the record, just so for appellate purposes. Is that okay with the court?
Yes.
It says, parens 6 says, state's witnesses, on written request of the defendant, the prosecuting attorney must furnish to the defendant a written list of the names and addresses of all persons having knowledge of relevant facts who may be called by the state as witnesses at the trial, together with any record of prior felony convictions of any of them that is within the knowledge of the prosecuting attorney, and then this is the pertinent part, Your Honor. The prosecuting attorney must also furnish, on written request, the statements made by the prosecution witnesses or prospective prosecution witnesses to the prosecuting attorney or the prosecuting attorney's agents or to any official involved in the investigation of the case unless a protective order is issued as provided in subsection 1 of this rule. It is my argument that the state received statements from Ms. Gibb that she just testified to, and she indicated that she met with the prosecutor, and the prosecutor did not turn over those statements.
Are you talking about oral statements or the written 7-page outline she referred to?
Oral statements, we received the 7-page outline. The oral statements I'm referring to are the statements made to Ms. Blake over Zoom or anything else that she's discussed with the prosecution.
All right, what's the response to this objection from the state?
Your Honor, I think we've previously litigated this, and I understand counsel's desire to preserve the issue, but moving forward, the state would request any of these arguments be heard outside the presence of the jury. That being said, I also have that rule pulled up, and I think there's simply a different interpretation being applied by defense than is intended by the rule. The rule does indicate that all statements of a prosecution witness or prospective witness known to the state have to be turned over. I do not think that rule contemplates somebody saying hi or something unrelated to the case being turned over. All statements have already been turned over. The state and the defense are allowed to meet with witnesses. They are allowed to do witness prep. If any new statements or new information is learned, I agree that rule requires those to be turned over. In this case, there was nothing new learned. All of the statements made, the testimony here today, are information that is well within the defense's possession. It has been turned over in discovery. The 7-page outline referenced by defense counsel, copies of prior testimony, transcripts of prior testimony, and police reports have all been turned over to the defense, which contain the information. There was nothing new learned, no new information obtained, no new statements made, which would require disclosure under Idaho Criminal Rule 16. So the state's position is we have absolutely complied with the discovery request, and the defense's attempt to broaden that requirement is simply not within the purview of the statute or the intent of the statute. So we would ask that defense's motion be denied.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. If you'll give me just a moment, I'm reviewing some authority here. And Mr. Thomas, do you have any rebuttal argument after the state's argument there?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The court's reviewed the objection that's been made under Rule 16. It's a long rule. B6, and considered some authority that governs that as well. The first issue is a practical concern I would have is the timeliness of this objection. If you're asking me to strike the witness, was that your request, strike the witness or the witness's prior testimony here?
The witness is prior testimony.
Okay, so you're asking me to tell the jury to disregard everything they've heard all day today?
Well, Your Honor, unfortunately I made this objection yesterday or 2 days ago, and the court shot me down, and so I thought the only appropriate time to make this objection would be when I was here on cross-exam.
Okay. I would find that impractical for purposes of this witness, obviously, with the jury having already heard the significant amount of the entire direct examination of the state. But further, looking at the rule itself, the rule does not preclude the state or the defense from meeting with witnesses who may be testifying at trial and preparing with them for testimony. I think the rule contemplates the issue I brought up with the the 7-page outline someone has now, that would be a different story if you had not been supplied that and the state had that in its custody and was not turned over. I'd see that differently, but there's been a record made that you did get that. In terms of what the rule allows, it's to make sure that parties know who's going to testify, how to locate them, and any statements they may have made, such as statements made to police, witness statements that often come up in cases, those types of statements. And so looking at some case law, also State versus Montgomery, 163 Idaho 40, I think that the objection at this point is unfounded as it relates to this witness, and I will deny the motion to strike the testimony for both the practical consideration that she's already testified on direct, as well as under Rule 16b-6. I just don't find that applies given the circumstances here. So that'll be the court's ruling as it relates to this witness. And then going forward, Mr. Thomas, again, if you want to maintain the record, I understand that, and you can lodge the objection. Unless there's some written, previously provided statements, I would likely be ruling the same way, so we'll just take those up with each witness if you think the matter needs to be raised. That'll be the court's ruling then on the objection, and we'll have the jurors return to the courtroom so you can continue your cross-examination.
Prior to that, may I just get that citation, Judge?
Yes, it was State versus Montgomery, 163 Idaho 40, and that's a 2017 Idaho case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, we'll have the jurors brought back.
And just to not be disruptive, the next time a witness comes in, should I make the objection before the state calls or asks their first question, or how do you want me to do that?
That probably is more effective
Okay.
in terms of making your objection if you want to continue to lodge it.
Very good, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, that's another phone that just went off. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff.
All right, please. Good job, Mr. Cat, for you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Mr. Thomas, you can continue your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe, Ms. Gibb, you indicated that you first met Lori in October of 2018. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And that was at some sort of an event? I don't know that you actually said what kind of an event it was. What kind of an event was it?
I was at a regular LDS church building, and there was classes, and I was teaching.
So just in Sunday school type thing?
It was like a Saturday. Maybe it was like more of a Relief Society night where they have a Thursday night evening meeting for the women.
Okay. And you had met her there. Was Lori in your ward at the time?
No.
Okay. She was there with somebody else or just showed up?
She showed up with her niece, Melanie.
Oh, I see. And was Melanie in your ward?
No.
Okay. And you indicated that you had met Chad Daybell maybe 2 years before, a year or two before?
Correct.
Okay. And after meeting Lori in October of 2018, you guys became fast friends, is that right?
Correct.
And so then you indicated that within a week or two of meeting Lori, that was the first time that you met Tylee and JJ.
Correct.
Okay. And the state was asking about the relationship between Lori and Tylee and Lori and JJ. How is it that you know anything about their relationships? What was your relationship with Lori?
Very close friends.
And for how long were you close friends?
When I met her, which was in October, that's when we met for the first time. And so we became friends instantly.
So October of 2018 to about October of 2019, you guys were really close?
Correct.
Okay. And would you see each other daily?
Sometimes, but then it changed over time.
Okay.
But it wasn't exactly daily, but it felt like it was so often.
Okay. And when you would meet with her, what was that like? Would it just be like calling somebody on the phone and say, hey, what do you want to do tonight? Or was it more of a during the day type thing? What was the schedule like of your relationship with Lori? How did that work out?
So she after I met her, she had my phone number, and so she communicated and asked me to meet her at places like the temple, or we would eat lunch. That was basically where we met.
Okay. And so, I mean, obviously the kids didn't go to the temple, right?
Correct.
So would they be there when you were eating lunch or something like that?
No, I would go over to her house shortly after meeting her.
Okay. So you indicated that JJ sometimes seemed frustrated,
Yeah.
and you indicated that was typical for a 7-year-old who has autism.
To me, it is.
Okay. I mean, autism is a big spectrum, right?
It is.
Okay. And so when you indicate that JJ would get frustrated, I mean, how familiar, I'll withdraw that. How familiar are you with autism and with the type of autism that JJ had, his type of spectrum?
I've seen different people in life, small kids in general, have autistic behaviors. And so I could tell with the frustration, not being able to communicate quite like he wanted to, getting frustrated, crying often, when maybe he didn't get his way, or he was trying to maybe communicate or wanted to play with somebody, just the inability to have relationships, maybe like kids that don't have autism have.
In your interaction with Lori and with her children, did you notice any type of a schedule or a set pattern that JJ would need to be on? Anything like that?
He might have had a bedtime routine, but I wasn't aware enough to know how often their routine was. I wasn't around him, that often, so I don't know.
Okay. Do you know that JJ went to a special school?
Yes. I don't know if it was a special school, but I know it was a really nice, what do you call it, a private school. So I think they had a section probably for autistic kids, is my memory.
Okay. And did Lori ever talk to you about JJ's routines, the things that he had to do before he went to school, anything like that?
I don't recall.
Okay. After the day that Charles was shot and killed by Alex, you were there with Lori, right? Later that day?
No.
No? The next day?
No.
No. Okay. Had you ever gone with Lori to take JJ to school?
It's possible. I don't recall, but it feels like I have been. Feels like it.
Okay. Do you know that JJ had a routine that he would get in the car, go get some French fries or chicken fries at Burger King before he went to school every day?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that? Okay. You indicated on direct examination that Lori had said something about a belief in multiple lives or multiple probations. Is that right?
That's right.
Isn't it true that you said something to Lori about you felt like you had been on this earth 4 or 5 times?
No.
You never said that?
No, she thought that. That was her belief, not mine.
She thought that you had been on
Correct.
the earth 4 or 5 times.
Correct.
Okay. And during the course of the year that you guys were close, you never bought into that?
At times.
At times you did buy into that you had multiple lives, or you were...
I wasn't sure, but she was very convincing and tried to encourage me to believe it.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about Lori meeting Chad for the first time. I think you indicated that was, let me see, a couple weeks after the October 2018 visit. Is that right? When you met with Lori?
It could have been that weekend. I don't remember exactly the weekend. It was in October, I know that.
Okay. And then a couple of weeks later, there was a meeting at Lori's house where Chad was there, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that Chad had spent the night there?
Correct.
Did you also spend the night there?
I did.
And weren't there also all the other speakers who were speaking at that conference? Didn't they all spend the night as well?
No, just some people did, but not everybody.
How many people do you think spent the night there?
Maybe 5 or maybe 6. About 6 people, I think.
Okay.
Sorry, we have another third time this morning cell phone interruption. And we've been doing so well up until now, so it's just been the morning for phones. Everybody, please make sure they're on silent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Apologies to interrupt.
That's okay, Judge. Do you want to take a minute and let everybody turn their phones off, or just make sure they're off? Or are we good to just keep going?
Let's just keep going.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Certainly. So there were multiple people who spent the night at Lori's house. This wasn't some romantic encounter between Chad and Lori, correct?
I don't know what their desires for that connection at that time. I don't know what they were what their conversations about why he was staying there. But I know that there was some attraction. I'll just say that.
Okay, but this wasn't a hookup, right?
I can't agree with that.
You think that you and at least five other people who were at this conference and Chad were in the midst of Chad and Lori having a hookup that night?
They weren't acknowledging of it. I didn't say that. I'm talking about them. That was their own personal, whatever they had going up to get together. That was between them. But the other people, I don't think they were aware of what was going on.
Okay. All right. And I believe you indicated that Lori said that she had been through 4 or 5 different creations. Is that right?
Yes.
4 or 5 probations. I don't know how. I don't know.
I used to know. I'm remembering 5, but it seemed like it changed again, and I don't remember the number right now.
Okay. And then you indicated that Lori had met with Chad in the temple with Moroni and Jesus Christ in the same room.
Correct.
Okay. And you had been to the temple with Lori on multiple occasions, right?
That's right.
And did this intrigue you at all?
Which part?
That Lori was married to Chad by Jesus Christ and Moroni.
I thought it was very unusual and different. I didn't really know what to think about it. I wondered, like, is that really true?
And what temple was this?
Like the Gilbert Temple.
And is that the temple that you normally went to?
Correct.
And had you been to the temple with Lori after this particular event?
Yes, we went often, so yeah.
And you never asked her to show you the place that she got married?
No.
Okay. There was some testimony about Lori having a special mission on Earth, that being part of the gathering of 144,000 people.
Correct.
Correct? Yeah. And you indicate that was biblically referenced. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then at some point, Lori believed that she was one of the heads of the gathering of the 144,000. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And were you ever involved in or brought in to that gathering of the 144,000?
Well, she would indicate that the girls that she knew were part of it. It wasn't given to us as knowledge on our own, just it's what she believed and Chad believed.
Okay. And did you believe that you were part of the 144,000?
I wasn't sure. I didn't feel like it, but they kept trying to convince me that I was. But I didn't feel that calling ever.
Okay. But you were involved in what they call, what has been referred to as castings. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you say castings, it kind of has a witchcrafty type of a connotation to it, do you think, or no? Or is that not what you think of?
It didn't feel like that. So.
Did it feel like biblically Jesus would cast out devils and cast out evil spirits, and that's what you guys were doing?
Correct.
Okay. So it was more like, not like casting spells, it was more like casting out devils by using prayer.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
And you were involved in some of these casting out of devils and evil spirits with Lori, right?
Correct.
Okay. And during the times that you were doing these castings or casting out of evil spirits, did you ever feel like this was the wrong thing to do?
It felt very unusual. It was very innocent to me.
Innocent in the fact that you were just in a prayer circle, right? That you and whoever else were just praying about somebody.
Correct.
Or you were praying for the leaders of the world, or the leaders of the church, or for hunger to dissipate, or something good to happen, right?
No.
No? You never prayed about that?
Not that I have any memory of.
Okay. All right. So when you were doing these castings, was it for specific people only?
Yes.
Okay. Now, tell me a little bit about light and dark. I have some knowledge, and I think that this might be interesting to flesh out a little bit for the jurors. So tell me a little bit about light and dark. You indicated, I think, that someone can switch between being light and being dark.
They indicated that to me, yes.
They indicated that to you?
Chad and Lori, yes.
All right. And you never believed any of that?
At times, I wondered if it was true. I wasn't 100% convinced.
Okay. But you were involved in casting out of dark spirits, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you believed it somewhat?
Like I said, somewhat, but not completely.
Okay.
I don't think they believed it at first, too, because they didn't know what they were trying to accomplish.
Well, when they were asking, when the prosecutor, Ms. Lindsay Blake, was asking you about who you had told about light and dark, and then she specifically mentioned the absence of Brandon Bedreau, you had said, and I guess I can't quote you, but I think you said we, and then you corrected yourself, and then you said Chad and Lori were the ones who were doing that, right?
They were in charge of doing that.
Okay. But you had injected yourself, right?
It was just an accident word.
Freudian slip? Mm-hmm. Okay. You talked a little bit about the first casting out of an evil spirit that you did involved Lori, Zulema, Christina, yourself, and somebody else. Is that right? I wasn't fast enough writing them down.
Those people, yes. I might have been one more person.
Who was the other person?
Did you say Nicole?
I did not, so
Okay,
that must have been the other person, huh? Who's Nicole?
A friend of Christina's, which were both friends of Lori's.
And was Christina there as well?
Yes.
Christina, okay. Mm-hmm. And what's Nicole's last name?
I'm not remembering. I didn't know her very well.
Okay. What's Christina's last name?
Atwood.
Atwood. And was this casting done in someone's home, or was it done in the temple, or where was it done?
It was done in homes, yes. I don't think it was done in the temple.
Okay. And what would this look like? I mean, what would a casting look like?
Lori would, most time. Maybe not the first time, but generally it was just people standing up, and I don't remember if people held hands or not. I don't remember that. Just basically kind of stood in a circle together or lined up around, just being in the same room together.
Mm-hmm. And then what would happen?
And then she would try to express her castings out by her knowledge, whatever she could think of, maybe terminology that she gained from either energy work or maybe scriptural, those kind of things. I don't recall the words. And I think her friends would try to come up with something that they thought was helpful, and it generally sounded like something you would say in energy work. How I can explain it.
Okay. And what's your familiarity with energy work?
So I had a little bit of energy work done to me through a person who, it's called emotion code, where they ask the body questions, and often they would talk about how you were, connected to your ancestors, or you had different emotions going on in your body, and they would try to release it through they call it muscle testing, things like that. But some of the practitioners would sometimes able to communicate with spirits on the other side of the veil, like deceased ancestors or people like that. And so they kind of had their own language. I was never an energy worker, so I don't, remember all those words, but I just remember that was my experience.
So just to clarify, and I'm still a little bit confused about what went on in these castings. I think we established that it was a prayer, And each person would say a little part of that prayer. Is that how it would work?
Yeah.
Okay. And I believe you indicated something about disconnecting cords or trying to convince the spirit to leave the body.
Yes.
And it was all done with prayer?
I think you can call it prayer. It's my best word.
Okay. You're praying to God or your Heavenly Father to try to help you to get this evil spirit out of this person or heal this person or do something like that. Is that right? That's where you were going with that?
Yes.
Okay. Because I don't want to put any words in your mouth. Okay. Let's talk about zombies. So, you had heard Lori use the term zombie, right?
Correct.
This wasn't the first time that you've heard the word zombie, right?
Oh, it's a worldwide word. Correct.
Right. And it's been around for a while, at least the 1960s from what I can see, right?
I believe so. I don't know when it started, but
you've heard it
your word for
growing
it.
up.
Yeah.
Okay. So when Lori talked about zombies, did you immediately think that they were going to die?
No.
Okay. What were your thoughts about that?
It was a bizarre teaching. I believe Lori thought it was bizarre at first too. It was very something she'd never heard of in the context of how it was explained to her through Chad.
Okay. Do you recall making the statement or writing down a statement indicating that Tylee had been a zombie since she was 12 or 13 years old?
So yes, but what that means is when she was claimed to be a zombie, Chad would let her know that she truly became a zombie years ago. But that knowledge was, she was sharing it as she was 16 or 17. She was saying that, she became not a zombie right then, but he was trying to say she had actually turned it when she was about 12 or 13.
So that's what Chad said to you and Lori?
To Lori.
To Lori, and then Lori related to you?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that Brandon Bedreau was a dark spirit, is that right? Or he had a dark spirit?
According to their beliefs, yes.
Okay. And that he moved to even a higher level of darkness? He was part of Hitler's group during the World War, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And had you ever met Brandon Bedreau?
I had.
Before Charles's death?
Yes.
Okay. Did that jive with you, that he was a dark spirit?
I thought it just was continually bizarre. There's moments where he's 1 minute this and now he's this and then he's really this, and it would go deeper into just different explanations of how much they would change into darker. And
this was kind of an ongoing thing with different people?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. I believe you said something about Tylee was told sometime between February and June that she went dark. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. So she hadn't been a dark spirit the whole time. She just became dark sometime between February and June of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And in September of 2019, you were told that JJ was possessed, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever pray for Tylee or JJ?
No.
Mr. Thomas, would this be a good opportunity to take our lunch recess?
Sure, that'd be fine.
Okay, we're just right before noon, so let's go ahead and do that at this time. I'll talk briefly to Deputy Ravello as well at the end here. We'll break for lunch and shoot for our 45-minute lunch, hopefully be back around 12:45 to resume with your cross-examination.
All right, please.
I'll just talk to you real quick back here about the folks when we get them back. Am I going to? No, I will. Okay, good. Okay. All right, thanks. All right. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we'll go back on the record on case CR 22-211624. Appreciate everyone going quick on their lunch break, I know, so we can maintain our schedule to stop at 3:30 or thereabouts. So we'll let the jurors be brought back in, and then you can continue with your cross-examination, Mr. Thomas.
Jury's out present, count for you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Everyone, please be seated. All right, we are back on the record on KCR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. We just concluded the lunch break for the day. Mr. Thomas is conducting cross-examination of the witness, Melanie Gibb. If you'd like to continue with your cross at this time, you can, Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gibb.
Good afternoon.
So before the lunch break, we were talking a little bit about dark energies and those kinds of things. We talked about the fact that sometime between February and June, Tylee had gone dark. You recall talking about that?
Yes.
Okay. And then sometime in September, you were also told that JJ was possessed. Is that right?
September, yes.
Okay. And that was September of 2019?
It was around that time, whenever I flew in. I think it was the 19th.
Okay. And when they said possessed, you took that to mean that he was possessed by some sort of an evil spirit?
Correct.
Okay. Let's see here. We kind of bounced around a little bit. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the shooting of Charles Vallow on July the 11th. You indicate that you had talked to Lori about that particular event. Is that right?
Correct.
And Lori had told you that she did not witness the shooting. Is that right?
I just don't recall if she said she did or she didn't.
Okay. But you understand that there was some sort of an altercation?
Yes.
And that altercation was between Alex Cox and Charles Vallow?
Correct.
Okay. And Lori wasn't involved in the altercation to your knowledge?
There was a lot of verbal communication between the two of them. I don't know if there was any physical. I'm not recalling that part.
Okay. So when you stayed at Lori's house in mid-September, I believe you said it was September 19th, 2019, you said you did not see Tylee. Is that right?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that you and Tylee didn't necessarily get along?
We didn't have a relationship.
Okay. She didn't particularly like you, right?
She didn't indicate that she did like me.
Okay. And you didn't particularly have any kindness towards her?
That's not true.
You did?
I was kind. I'm always kind.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about you being kind to Tylee. What did that look like?
When I tried to introduce myself, she wouldn't really look at me. She kind of rolled her eyes and looked away and didn't seem happy that I was there. She didn't know me. Just first time, she'd ever heard of me that I know of. And so just from the very beginning, she didn't like me.
And that kind of continued throughout the time that you knew Lori?
Yes. And one time I tried to be nice to her. We were sitting at like a little restaurant, and I think I was trying to help brush her hair off her arm or something, and she didn't particularly care for that.
Okay.
But I had empathy for her, so.
Going back to the death of Charles, I believe you testified on direct examination that Lori had told you the day before Charles had passed away that if Charles was to die, then the money would go to Kay. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's how I worded it. Sounds right.
Okay. But you knew that information prior to Charles's death?
Yes.
Okay. And so there really wouldn't be any incentive monetarily for Lori to be involved in Charles's death, right?
No, I don't think that's true. I think there was, well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly how the wording was with the, I think she was starting to see that it was changed. The money was changed right up until that point. So I don't know if that's not, there would have been an incentive if he would have, no, that would have been, I'm just trying to clarify my own mind, so sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know if there would have been.
Okay. But you knew prior to him dying that the insurance policy had changed the beneficiary to Kay?
Yes, just prior.
Okay. Thank you. You talked a little bit to the prosecuting attorney about why Chad didn't get a divorce, and you indicated that either Chad or Lori, somebody, told you that he would be penalized, he would lose his exaltations if he got divorced.
Correct.
What did you mean by that? Who told you that?
That's what Lori told me.
Okay. And so the logic was he was just going to wait for her to die naturally and carry on this affair with Lori?
That was the idea.
Okay. Another thing that I had a question about, you were talking to the prosecutor today, and we talked a little bit about Lori telling you to tell the police that you had JJ, right?
Correct. Yeah, correct.
Okay. And the police had called you, and there was no answer. You didn't pick up the phone right away?
Correct.
How many times did they call you? Do you remember?
It felt like it was 2 times. The Idaho police called.
Okay. And did they leave a message, or they text you, or?
I believe they did. It could have been both.
Okay. And you told them, and I'm just going to quote it as best I can from what I remember you saying. I had him, but I don't have him anymore. Is that right?
I didn't tell the Idaho people that.
Okay. Who did you tell?
That was Gilbert Police.
Okay. But you did tell them that you had JJ at one point, but you didn't have him anymore?
Correct.
That Lori had come and picked him up?
Correct. Something like that.
Okay. And that wasn't the truth?
That wasn't the truth.
Okay. And then did the conversation go on from there with the Gilbert Police?
Just small talk, but nothing significant. I just told them I was going, back to Arizona the next day and my plans for Thanksgiving.
So where were you when that phone call was made?
I was in Utah, and I was in the process of going down to Arizona to have Thanksgiving.
Okay. So you were living in Utah?
No.
No. What were you doing in Utah?
I was visiting my boyfriend.
Okay. And that's David Warwick?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys, did you ever get married to him or no?
Yeah, we're married.
Oh, you're married now?
Yes.
Okay. And so you were visiting him. That's when you got the phone call. And that's when you said you had him, but you don't have him anymore. And you're indicating that that was not the truth.
Correct.
Okay. And then you contacted law enforcement a second time, and that was after you had made the recording that we had just heard, exhibit number 42?
I'm not sure
So
how many times I just know I contacted them after I recorded it.
Okay. So you recorded it, and then you contacted them.
We had talked prior to that, But because that's who I knew who to send it to, is because I already contacted Officer Pillar, so I knew to send it to him. So I let him know that night after I recorded it if I could send it to him, or should I send it to the Idaho people? What should I do? And just said to I think email it or send it.
So did you? I'm sorry. Did you and Officer Pillar decide that you were going to record this phone call?
Oh no.
But you had talked to Officer Pillar about doing this?
No, I just had a contact with him and communicated with him, saying I need to come and talk to you. I can't remember I'm trying to remember the dates if I had talked to him already, but it had nothing to do with the recording. Yeah.
Okay. And you indicate that one of the reasons that you made the recording was so that you would be able to have some sort of audio proof that you didn't know anything about where JJ was.
That's one of the reasons.
Okay. So it was a self-serving phone call.
It was a multi-serving.
I'm sorry?
It was a multi-serving purpose.
Okay. But part of it was self-serving.
Partially.
Yes?
Yes, partially.
Okay. And during that recording, at one point you said you would be safe if you hadn't opened dark portals. Your salvation is in trouble. My salvation is not in trouble. Do you recall saying that?
I don't remember saying my salvation wasn't. I don't remember exactly, but I remember the first part. What you said is that her salvation was in trouble.
What about the dark portals?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about the dark portals? What does that mean?
Sure. So they often talked about creating portals. So Chad would explain to Lori how to make a portal so that they could. Hers was in her closet. I think his was on his bed or in his room somewhere, and that they could communicate through some kind of ability to communicate through a portal. Not that you could physically see anything, but it was something that they would make up in a spiritual realm in their mind, and that they would be able to communicate. And so they were participating in that kind of ideas. So that's how I would explain it.
Did you have a portal?
Oh, no.
No?
No.
Okay. You also talked about Korihor in that phone call. Who is Korihor?
Yes, I did talk about Korihor. He is a antichrist found in the Book of Mormon, in the Book of Alma. He was going around preaching of the idea of he was antichrist. He was teaching against the idea of a Christ coming to our world. And after he had questioned the prophet Alma, questioning him and saying, "Show me a sign that there is a Christ." He wanted proof, and he said, "Well, if it's God's will, you will be struck dumb." And so he struck dumb. And after he was struck dumb, he said that he was deceived by Satan or the devil in the form of an angel, and that he taught him some teachings that were pleasing to the carnal mind, insomuch that he had much success and convinced himself that they were true. That's what I was referring to.
And so you're referring to her as an antichrist?
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned Alma in there. Alma is also a person in the Book of Mormon?
Correct. He's a person that believes in Christ as a prophet.
Okay. And you also mentioned, I believe, Joseph Smith in that phone call, or Lori did, one of the two of you, and he is also someone who is connected with the Book of Mormon?
In translating it, Joseph Smith was.
Okay. So all of the characters I hate to say characters, people that are in the conversation that you were talking about, biblically or scripturally, those were all either from the Book of Mormon or from the Bible?
believe they were all from the Book of Mormon.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
You talked a little bit about talking to Lori the day that Tammy passed away. Tammy Daybell, you recall that?
Yes.
And where was Lori when Tammy had passed away? Do you know?
She told me she was in Hawaii.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe she wasn't in Hawaii?
No.
Okay. The prosecutor asked you a little bit about light and dark scales and trust scales and loyalty to different people. And then you went in and talked a little bit about vibrations. So tell me a little more about these vibrations. Was that a new concept for you that Lori was telling you about?
The idea of having a vibration high enough to be translated as a being, yes, that was a new idea.
Okay. This wasn't part of energy work or those kinds of new age type of beliefs?
The word vibration is common amongst, I would say, alternative or energy work, but the realm in which they discussed it was at a different level, so had a new kind of a meaning to it. That was how I interpreted it.
Okay. And so, had you been involved in or had training or experiences with vibrations as far as energy work or as far as the new age or new age concepts?
The only thing I could probably think of is maybe doing some yoga, but we didn't really kind of talk. I mean, they talked about vibration a little bit, about, highest vibration is like love or peace, something like that.
So this isn't something totally new to you?
It's not totally new.
Okay. Just to end, I would like to ask you a little bit about Alex Cox, and you indicate that at some point he had totally bought into the zombie concept, right?
Correct.
And that you specifically said he had 100% believed it was true. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you had asked, I believe it was you that asked, what had happened to JJ. Is that right? Did you ever ask Alex that?
That's right, I did.
And what did Alex say?
He says, I said, do I want to know what happened to him? And he said, you don't want to know.
And then what was the conversation after that?
He talked about how the police came to his apartment, took his guns. They were really evil people, the police people were. And then Melanie was there, and she talked about how her house was broken into too. They took her, I think, money or something like that. And then Alex talked about getting ready to go on a honeymoon, or like get married to Sulema. And anyway, we just kind of talked about a bunch of stuff. And then he talked about how Chad had given him a patriarchal blessing, and talked about how he felt he was it was a very touching blessing for Alex, and very emotional about it. And then we met up with Sulema, during part of it, because, she was just on the walking way towards her house. And then we talked about a little bit what was going on up there in Rexburg, just, the police and this and that, and I don't know, those kind of things.
But it seemed like everything kind of revolved around, where was JJ? We're looking for JJ, right?
There was a little talk about that, but then they changed the subject and talked about what was going on and how they were being chased and those kind of things.
Why do you think they were being chased?
Well, that's what I asked them. I didn't understand why they were. And they just said the evil was after them.
Okay. So basically you asked, do I want to know what happened to JJ? And they said, no, you don't want to know.
Yeah.
And that was Alex. And was anybody else there?
Melanie was there.
Melanie who?
Pulowski.
Okay. She was there when that was said?
She was there. I don't know if she was right next to me, but she was, they were both together, so,
Okay.
yeah.
And he just kept skirting the issue of, I'm not going to tell you where JJ is?
Yeah, he didn't announce it. And then later I'd ask Sulema, like, what did he mean? What does that mean? And she's like, and she had asked him because she didn't understand either what had happened to JJ. And he told her that they couldn't be found. And so when I questioned her about it, I said, I'm very concerned about this. So I asked her what he told her.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Redirect.
So you were asked about a couple things that I just want to go over with you again.
Okay.
You were asked about Tylee not liking you.
Correct.
And I think you indicated that it didn't seem like she liked you. Had you been around other teenagers before?
Yes.
Had you seen other teenagers have an attitude?
Sure.
Was there anything about Tylee's behavior that you thought was completely out of the ordinary for a teenager?
If you have some teenagers that are ornery and disrespectful, then she would fit into that category. Yeah.
And I talked to you a little bit before about Tylee's interactions with her mother, Lori.
Yeah.
Did you observe similar behaviors towards Lori from Tylee?
Lori was generally pretty calm around her. She usually didn't react with her, disrespect. She tried to make friends with her most of the time.
Did you observe Tylee being disrespectful to her mom at times?
Yes.
During this time, was this towards the time that you were spending quite a bit of time with Lori?
Yeah. Well, yes, just throughout. Just, throughout because she moved and, wherever she was, usually Tylee was with her.
I think they may have brought this up, but where did you spend Christmas of 2018? Do you recall?
Christmas Day?
Or just around Christmas. Did you go to anyone's house?
It seemed like I did something with Lori and her family, but I don't remember exactly what day it was.
And throughout your friendship with Lori, did you travel with her?
I, not in the airplane, but I flew to visit her in Hawaii, and then I went by myself, and then by myself I flew to see her in Texas.
And when you went to see her in Hawaii, do you recall approximately when that would have been?
February, I believe, the end of February 2019.
And did you spend time with her there?
Yes.
Did you notice anything with regard to whether or not she was in contact with Chad Daybell?
Yes, she was.
Was that pretty consistent contact?
Yes.
Daily?
Yes.
And did you overhear conversations?
I would hear a little bit. She often would sit in the balcony and talk to him for a while, and then we'd go to the beach and she would talk to him, and if we were at lunch or breakfast, she may have received phone calls from him. But I knew she was in correspondence.
Was that a daily thing?
Yes.
And in February of 2019, both Charles and Tammy were alive, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you also do podcasts with Lori?
I did.
And how often did you do the podcasts?
It seemed like they were once a week, and then maybe it changed to maybe once. It changed. I don't recall. Maybe once a month to once every few weeks. It kind of changed a bit. She wasn't on all the podcasts.
And you were asked about JJ and if he had any special services. Do you recall if JJ had a service dog?
He did.
Did Lori ever tell you if that dog went with them to Idaho?
No, I don't believe so.
This is beyond the scope of direct or cross.
I will sustain that. We're outside of the scope of direct.
Did Lori tell you that you had been on the earth before?
Yes.
And you were asked some more things about the temple. Is the temple related to the LDS faith?
Yes.
And when, before I'd ask you about sealings a little bit, sealings done at the temple, do sealings generally take place in the temple?
Yes.
And is that part of the
Beyond
LDS
the
faith?
scope of cross. I'm going to object.
That will be overruled. That went into on cross. So you can continue, Ms. Blake.
Are marriages common in the temple for the LDS faith?
Yes.
Did you want to believe Lori?
I think sometimes she's very convincing.
You were asked about Tylee being a zombie at the age of 12 or 13. And I believe you indicated that Chad had told Lori that?
I believe it was him, yes.
And then you said Lori told you that Tylee became dark between February and June of 2019? Are those right dates?
Well, no,
or
it was like, I said between February and June, but as I was pondering, I think, I remember, I definitely remember when I was in Texas, you talking about it. So whenever I was in Texas, which I think it was in April or May.
And if someone was a zombie, was it your understanding that Chad and Lori would say that person was already dark?
Yes.
So was this an example of some of the inconsistent teachings done by Chad and Lori?
When you say inconsistent, what do you mean?
I think you talked about that it would evolve and kind of change. Was this
right.
an example of that?
Yeah.
And you were asked about the switch in the life insurance policy regarding Charles. Could you have learned about that switch after Charles' death?
No.
Did you see Lori and communicate with her in the days after Charles' death?
Did I see her?
Did you see her or communicate with her in the days after Charles had passed away?
Yeah, about probably 4 days after he passed away, she contacted me. And I don't know if I saw her like the day after that or something.
And you were asked about that phone call and whether or not it was self-serving. Did you have concerns that someone would try to falsely accuse you of something?
Yes.
Who did you think may falsely accuse you of something?
Chad and Lori.
And you said that was only one of the reasons for the call. What was
Correct.
the other reason again?
I wanted to find out if I could find the whereabouts where JJ was.
Who did you believe would have the information as to where JJ was?
I believe Lori would have known because that's her son.
Did you turn that recording over to the police?
I did.
At the time that you made that call on December 8th, did you believe things Lori had taught you anymore?
No.
Did you at that time believe she was teaching false things for her own personal gain?
Yes.
You were asked about some of the concepts such as vibrations not being completely new words or new terms.
Yes.
Were some of the teachings of Lori linked or based on terms that were more mainstream?
They could have originated from them through different energy workers to different things they'd heard through the alternative field, and then it led into other things.
And you were, in your opinion, did that make it easier to believe them?
Yes.
You were asked about the term zombie as well.
Correct.
And you've heard the term zombie before Lori told it to you.
That's right.
And had you ever heard the term zombie in the way that Lori used it, though, before she told you?
No.
Was your understanding of the way they use zombie that the body of that person was still alive?
I'm trying to figure out how you're asking. Hold on. I just want to make sure. understand your question. Say that again.
I
maybe
can phrase
differently.
it different.
Yeah, thank
that
you.
might be helpful. The way that Lori told you how zombies worked is the person's spirit would be pushed out of their body.
Right.
And the body would still be alive.
Right.
And is that the way that they use zombie to you?
That's the way they used it, correct.
They weren't using it in the term that, would you say it was in the way you'd heard the term before, such as in a horror movie?
No.
It had a different definition attached.
Yes.
I think before you mentioned that Chad and Lori if they wanted people gone, those people became zombies.
Yes.
At some point, did you start to observe a pattern as to what was happening when someone was deemed a zombie?
Yes.
And what pattern did you start to see?
The pattern I start to see is when people in her personal life or close to that personal life, they started questioning her, not happy with the situations that were going on between her and her niece, and so. Sorry, I'm just losing my train of thought a little bit. Please ask the question again.
So I was talking if you started to see a pattern evolve with when someone was deemed a zombie.
Yes.
And what that pattern was.
Right. So the pattern was as soon as they started questioning her or, just thought something suspicious going on, all of a sudden that person became dark or a zombie.
And when you talk about someone, people that they wanted gone were deemed zombies. When they would deem those people zombies, were those people gone?
Most of them. Not every single person.
But did they deem Charles a zombie?
Yes.
And when I say they, I guess I should be specific. Did Lori deem Charles a zombie?
Yes.
Did Lori refer to Tammy Daybell as a zombie?
I believe so. She probably used that word, but I'm not 100%. I think so.
Did she refer to Tammy as being possessed?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did she refer to Tylee as a zombie?
Yes.
Did she refer to JJ as a zombie?
Yes.
And we talked before, to the best of your understanding, Alex Cox believed what they told him.
Correct.
He believed what Lori told him about zombies.
Correct.
Did you ever observe Alex's relationship with Lori?
Yes.
Could you describe their relationship?
They seemed very close. They joked around a lot with each other. They seemed to be there for each other.
Do you know if at any point Alex was given a special designation as to what his purpose on earth was?
Yes, it was to basically be her protector.
Did you observe or do you know if Alex would do what Lori asked him to?
I felt that he would. I mean, I don't know 100% everything she told him to do.
I think we talked about, you'd indicated Lori had told you she was going to ask Alex to stay with her the night before Charles was shot by Alex.
That's right.
And Alex stayed the night?
Sorry.
Judge, I'm going to object. I never went into any of this on cross, and so she's just redirecting for her own benefit for redirecting. Has nothing to do with the cross exam.
I do agree we're outside of the scope again of where we went with both direct and cross at this point, so I'll sustain that.
And Ms. Gibb, you were asked if you met with the prosecutors prior to today,
Yes.
and if you went over your testimony with the prosecutors.
Yes.
And you indicated that you did meet with me.
Yes.
Do you recall, during the prep, did that influence your testimony today?
No.
Do you recall me discussing with you that all we ask you to do is tell the truth today?
Always.
And is that what you've done today?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Any recross, Mr. Thomas?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude your testimony then, Ms. Gibb. You can go ahead and step down. Does the state have another witness to call at this time?
Your Honor, the state's next witness is Detective Duncan.
Okay, if you could give me just a moment, I'd like to, off the record here, just a quick sidebar only with my court reporter for a second to discuss how this device works. So we'll do that.
Judge, before we get started again, I forgot to inquire, may Ms. Gibb be released?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, yes, she can be released then. That'll conclude her testimony.
Thank you.
And you can call your next witness.
The next witness will be Detective Duncan.
All right.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, before we get started with the examination, just briefly, when you're answering questions, please use verbal responses, yes or no, instead of gestures. Please try to avoid speaking at the same time as any attorney questioning you so we keep our record clear. And then I do want to inquire on the exclusionary rule we have here because we are broadcasting this to other viewing locations. Detective Duncan, have you been viewing any of this trial testimony since the trial started in the case?
I have not.
All right. Have you reviewed any of that trial testimony on any media outlets or other places that have shown that online somewhere?
I have not.
Okay. Thank you for that. With that in mind, Ms. Blake, you can commence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Good morning. My name is Nathan, or afternoon. My name is Nathan Duncan. Last name is spelled D-U-N-C-A-N.
Where are you currently employed?
So I'm currently employed with the Chandler Police Department in Arizona.
How long have you been employed with them?
I was hired by Chandler Police Department in June of 2000, and I've been employed with them ever since. So going on 23 years.
What is your current title and or position?
So I'm currently assigned for the last going on 9 years or 8 years with the robbery homicide unit.
And is your title detective?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any specialized training in order to be a law enforcement officer?
So in Arizona, to start our law enforcement career, we attend an academy. In my case, I attended the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy in Phoenix. It was approximately 4 months. And then afterwards, you attend a post-academy with the department where you're trained by a training officer. Every year, we undergo advanced officer training where we learn about case law. We do defensive tactics. We do firearms training. More specifically, as a detective for the last 19 years, I do take and attend different conferences and attend different trainings, both in-state and out-of-state, on the prospective area of interest.
And were you working on July 11th of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall responding to a report of gunshots?
I did respond to a report of a shooting that occurred at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler.
South what?
Four Peaks Place.
And you indicated that you responded to a call. What type of call was that?
So the call came out as a shooting call, and the reporting party was an Alex Cox, who had indicated that he had shot his brother-in-law.
And was that call made to 911?
Yes, it was.
Do you know the approximate time the call was placed?
I believe it was roughly around 9:30 in the morning.
And with your organization, or with your office, do they keep CAD notes?
We do.
And with the CAD notes, will that have the originating call information on those?
Yes, it would.
Detective Duncan, have you looked at CAD notes before?
Yes, I have.
And have you looked at the CAD notes in this case?
I have.
And if you were shown a copy of what's purported to be the CAD notes for this case, do you think you would recognize those?
I would.
Your Honor, I have what's marked as State's Exhibit 46. I would ask that the witness be shown these.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. If you'll give me a moment also, counsel, I don't believe I have a bench courtesy copy of that. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff.
And do you recognize those?
I do. This would be a copy of the, a hard copy of the CAD notes for this particular case.
And do you see the time, the originating time of the 911 call?
Yeah, the originating time, the call times received at 8:36 hours and dispatched at 8:37 hours.
And did you respond out?
8:37.
Did you respond out initially?
Once I heard the call and our particular unit for a robbery and a homicide, we will respond to that. So was I dispatched to this particular call? No, we just responded once we heard the radio traffic.
And do you recognize those CAD notes?
I do.
And are those in fact the CAD notes related to this shooting incident that you responded out to?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 46.
Any objection from the defense?
Your Honor, we would ask for some clarification on whether or not this is part of the 404B evidence that the court has previously ruled upon.
Let me have a brief sidebar with counsel, if I may. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's a kind of a technical legal issue that's come up at this point. I'm going to take a brief break just to my chambers to review something quickly. I don't think it merits an actual break to have you excused to the jury room, so if everyone can just wait here for, should be 5 minutes or less, then we'll continue back on the record. You're free to stand up and stretch your legs if you like, and then we'll get started right back up once I return from chambers.
All rise. May be seated.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, at this time, the court will have an instruction for the jurors at this point in the case. I will note on the record this is an issue that was previously brought before the court prior to trial, and I incorporate findings I've made previous to trial in terms of this instruction. I'll also advise you members of the jury that you will receive a written form of this instruction before your deliberations commence, so you don't necessarily have to memorize this or note it all down, but I'll be giving you this instruction now and maybe at other times during the trial as well. So the instruction is this. Ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, evidence will be introduced for purpose of showing that the defendant committed acts other than that for which the defendant is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, is not to be considered by you to prove the defendant's character or that the defendant has a disposition to commit crimes. Rather, such evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of proving the defendant's motive, opportunity, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident. So that's the instruction that's provided. And with that, Ms. Blake, you can continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, I think we'd left off with the introduction of the exhibit. I'm not sure if defense had an objection.
All right, Exhibit 46 has been offered. Is there an objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor, with that instruction, we have no objection.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. So Exhibit 46 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I next have what is marked State's Exhibit 29B. I would indicate this is a business record certification of Apple Custodian of Records. It's my understanding this has previously been stipulated to by counsel, and it deals directly with a iCloud account belonging to the defendant.
Oh.
I would move for the admission of those records.
Any objection to State's Exhibit 29B being entered?
No, Your Honor, we have previously stipulated that.
Okay, I thought so. Exhibit 29B is admitted. It may have been previously admitted, but it is admitted.
And just to clarify, that would include the documents that is referencing and the data.
As far as I understand, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, you said you did respond out to that report of a shooting. When you arrived on scene, were you assigned any specific tasks?
I was. In this particular case, I was assigned to assist Detective Coons, and he and I were going to be the detectives in charge of documenting the crime scene.
Is it common practice for you to have specific designations for different detectives?
It is. There's a lot that goes on involved in a homicide investigation. We usually try to break it up as much as we can into a lead detective who is in charge of the case overall. We have a crime scene detective We might have somebody in charge of interviews. So there's a lot of different moving parts in a homicide investigation that we try to assign to other investigators.
Do you know who the original lead investigator was?
So the original lead investigator in this case was Detective Nathan Moffett.
At some point, did that change?
It did.
And who became the lead investigator?
So Detective Moffett was promoted in June of 2020, and at that point, I became the lead investigator in this case.
Prior to that time, did you continue to assist with the investigation?
I did. Unfortunately, I had other commitments after this case, immediately after, so I wasn't able to assist as much as possible. But shortly after, in January, I was able to obtain some records that are app or iCloud account records and some cell phone records that I looked through and analyzed.
And going back to that July 11th date, when you were assisting with the scene, what does it generally include if you're the scene detective?
So as a scene detective, when we first get there, we have the assistance of a crime scene detective, or a crime scene technician, sorry. A crime scene technician is an evidence technician that will first take photographs of the overall scene. Once that is done, the crime scene detective itself will go through and determine items of evidentiary value that we need to collect, photograph, and then seize as evidence in this case.
As part of being the scene detective or assisting the scene detective, did you deal with the body?
I did. In this case, the body is as evidence as anything else in the scene. So I made a call to the Maricopa County Medical Examiner's office once our photographs were taken, and then a medical examiner investigator responded to assist us with the investigation and to take control of the body.
And I may have jumped ahead a little bit with this. Because you'd responded to the report of a shooting, when you got there, was it determined if there was a victim?
Yes, there was.
Was the victim alive?
The victim was not alive.
Did you learn the identity of the victim?
Yes, through our investigation and through the caller, the victim was identified as Charles Vallow.
And when you respond to the report of an unattended death, is it your common practice to investigate?
Yes, any unattended death that we investigate, we automatically investigate as a homicide until the evidence or witness statements proves otherwise.
And in this case, did you observe Charles Vallow's body?
I did.
What observations did you make?
So upon entering the residence, there is a large living room area. In this living room, it was a wood flooring, planked flooring. There was no furniture in this room. There were mirrors along the north side of the room, the west side of the room, and I believe the east side or south side of the room, which was odd. Charles was laying what we refer to as in the supine position or on his back on the west side of this particular living room. His head was to the north and his feet were to the south. When I had observed him first, his shirt had been cut away from his body to expose his chest. There was medical equipment on his chest that were used to confirm death. And his arms were to his side and his feet were stretched out to the south.
Did you make any observations as to injuries or visible injuries to his body?
I did. Charles had a wound consistent with a gunshot wound to the lower left quadrant of his abdomen, and that was the only wound at the time that was visible. He did have some bleeding in the webbing of his left hand, but other than that, there was not much other blood present.
As a detective, or even before becoming a detective, have you responded out to other shooting deaths?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever responded out to another shooting death with so little blood?
I have not. Normally in shooting cases, you will see much more blood than I observed in this case. We also look for blood spatter, or trails that would indicate any kind of movement of the deceased after they were shot. and I did not notice any of that present.
And you had previously indicated that it was Alex Cox that had reported this shooting.
That is correct.
Do you know what he reported in regards to the shooting?
Alex had told police that that he had shot Charles in self-defense.
Do you know if he indicated how many times he had shot Charles?
Yes, Alex had indicated that he shot Charles twice in the chest while he was standing.
And you indicated you only saw one bullet hole, but you said initially.
Correct, that's initially.
At some point, did you discover any other injuries to his body?
Yes. Lying next to Charles' body, can I go back a little bit? There were 2 shell casings, 45 caliber shell casings that were to the west of his body. Also next to his left shoulder, there was a bullet or a projectile that was laying on the ground, which was odd. He, like I said, very, very little blood present, but he, other than the webbing in that projectile. Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
Yes, you're fine. At some point, did you observe other injuries to his body?
Yes. Those other injuries are noted after the medical examiner arrives. We do not touch the body at all until the medical examiner arrives. They have jurisdiction over the body. Once the medical examiner arrives, they can do a more, not very thorough, but just a brief inspection of the body, if you would, making observations. In the center of Charles's chest was an AED pad that was used for defibrillation. That pad was kind of pulled back, and there was another similar hole in the center of his chest that was also consistent with a gunshot wound. Charles' body was eventually rolled, and once rolled, there was another wound to his upper left back or shoulder area that was also consistent with a gunshot wound.
And did you know or could you tell if the injury to his back would have been an entry or an exit wound?
I try not to make those determinations on scene, and those are more for the medical examiner to determine.
And the report from Alex had been that he had shot Charles twice in the chest.
Correct.
So at least Alex's indication where the shots had come from the front.
Front to back,
would have entered
yes.
front. And you have talked about the lack of blood. Do you know whether or not there was any indication as to whether or not CPR was performed on Charles or attempted?
So in the reports given in the 911 call that we listened to, Alex had indicated that he had given Charles CPR. Based on what I saw.
Objection, Your Honor. I know where he's going with this. I'm going to object to him responding that he can make some sort of a medical diagnosis as to whether or not Alex performed CPR.
I think it's premature, the objection at this point. We'll wait and see if that's where the testimony heads, but I'll keep that under advisement,
Okay.
Mr. Thomas.
Have you been to scenes before where there were injuries to a body and CPR was performed?
Yes.
Have you seen the aftermath? Oh, I apologize. Yes. Have you been to other incidents where there were injuries to the body and CPR was performed?
Yes.
And I'm going to renew my objection, Your Honor. This is exactly where they're going.
Well, I understand, but additional foundations being laid now, so it's overruled at this point, Mr. Thomas.
In your experience, if CPR is performed, do you notice more blood?
You would notice more blood, yes.
And would that be due to the injuries?
With an injury to the chest and also to the back, you would expect as you are compressing on the heart that blood would either go to the front or to the back.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is calling for speculation. He's speculating as to what would happen when somebody's given CPR after being shot.
And, Your Honor, I believe he's speaking to his training and experience and what observations he made at the scene.
Yes, and it's overruled for that reason. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I'll note, of course, you can cross-examine on the point, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you.
With regard to Charles' body, did you notice the amount of blood you would have expected to see had CPR been performed?
I did not.
And you indicated that Alex had reported he had shot Charles in self-defense.
Yes.
Were you able to make any kind of a determination if there had been a struggle or a fight based on the scene?
Charles did have some abrasions to his knees, were the only thing outside of those wounds to his chest and to his back. There were some abrasions. The house being kind of sparsely furnished, unable to determine if there was any furniture knocked over or any indication that two grown men had been fighting. So we were unable to determine whether or not an altercation occurred.
Did you locate blood anywhere else in the residence?
Yes. The only other place outside of where Charles was lying immediately, the only other blood in the residence was on a faucet within the kitchen. And in this case, Alex had indicated that he had washed his hands in that faucet.
And you indicated the medical examiner's office will show up before the body's removed.
And they removed the body, yes.
And they do some kind of initial examination.
The investigator will do an initial investigation before they place the body in a body bag, yes. And they will also take notes for their investigation.
Were you present while that was being done?
Yes, I was.
Did you see Charles' body being removed?
Yes, I did.
And I believe you've talked about seeing an injury to his back, what appeared to be a bullet hole.
Yes, I did.
Did you make any other observations as his body was being removed?
Other than his kind of physique, his size, he was a man in his 60s. He was in very good shape, had athletic wear on. I did not notice any other bleeding on his body other than coming from his torso and the abrasions to his knees.
Did you notice anything with regard to the scene itself as he was being removed?
Yes, during the investigation, we did in that living room area. There is a very tall baseboard on the flooring in that wood plank floored room. On the east side of the room, there was a projectile that was stuck inside of the baseboard. That baseboard was, after being photographed, that baseboard was cut out as evidence, and the projectile was also kept as evidence. In addition to, after Charles was removed from the residence, we made the decision to bring Alex Cox back to the home and have him do what we refer to as a walkthrough, to try to have him explain where he was standing and what had occurred during that time. I made the decision that I did not want to give Alex any kind of perspective as to where he was standing. So out of the ordinary, we cleaned up a large amount of blood that was now pooled underneath him, and we cleaned that blood up from the wood flooring. When that blood was cleaned up, I noticed an indentation consistent with a strike mark from a bullet in the floor.
And was that directly under where Charles' body was?
It had been directly under where his left shoulder was.
Did you check the floor for other similar marks?
I did.
Did you find any other similar markings in that floor?
There were no similar markings.
And we've talked about what the room looked like. Was there furniture in that room?
There was not, no.
Were you able to form any opinion as to where Charles would have been located when the second shot was fired?
Yes.
And what was your opinion?
In my opinion, based on the trajectory of the shot from the lower abdomen and the wound to the upper left shoulder and the consistency with the wound, Charles would have been laying on the ground when that second shot was fired.
Do you know if an autopsy was conducted on Charles?
Yes, it was.
Were you present for that?
I don't recall if I was present. Detective Coons might have been to that, but I have read the report, yes.
And is it common practice for a detective to attend the autopsy?
Every time, yes. On homicides, yes.
Was this, and you said a detective did attend the autopsy?
Yes.
So was this determined at some point to be a homicide?
Yes, it is.
If a shooting is done in self-defense, does your agency indicate that's a homicide?
Yes, it is.
So now fast forwarding to January of 2020, you took over as the case agent.
June of 2020, but January I started to review records, yes.
I apologize, yes. So January you start to review the records. So I'm going to fast forward you to January. You're still not the main detective on this, but you started helping a lot more again.
Yes, I did.
And you'd indicated that you had looked at some electronic records.
I did.
Do you recall specifically some of the records that you looked at?
Yes. The first series of records that I looked at were a phone extraction from Charles Vallow's phone. The second would have been an iCloud account called Lori for Style, which was linked back to Lori Vallow.
Did you look at any additional iCloud accounts?
With the discovery of reviewing the Lori for Style iCloud, an additional iCloud was noted that went by the name of Lolly Time.
And did you look at any iCloud accounts attached to Charles?
Yes, we also looked at Charles's iCloud account. We looked at Charles's Gmail account. We looked at phone records. So there's a lot of electronic data that was looked at during that time.
Did you review the extractions from those devices
I did.
and link to those accounts?
Yes.
Just one moment. And talking about Charles' phone, do you know how Charles' phone came to be in the possession of the Chandler Police Department?
Yes, we had learned that Charles' phone was the catalyst for an argument between Lori and Charles on July 11th. During that time, after Charles was shot, Lori had taken Charles' phone with her in his rental car. That phone was later returned by Lori to the Chandler Police Department.
Was an extraction done on Charles' phone?
Yes, it was.
And did you review that extraction?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall if you were able to view some emails?
I was, yes.
Were you able to view text messages or SMS or MMS messages?
Yes, I was.
And when you were looking through Charles' phone, were there specific things you were looking for?
There was. In the weeks to months following the death of Charles Vallow, there was some information that came forward that Charles was possibly killed because he was a dark spirit, a zombie, that there was some infidelity, some accusations of infidelity. So in that time, in reviewing those, I was specifically looking for information regarding that would help us in this investigation.
Did you find some information that you felt was helpful?
I did.
Did you find some information that drew your attention?
Yes,
Did you document that information in a report?
I did.
And have you reviewed a PowerPoint that documents some of that information?
Yes, I have.
And the PowerPoint that you reviewed, is that a true and accurate representation of some of the items that you saw on Charles' phone?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I have what's marked as State's Exhibit 49. Defense and the court hopefully have their copies. If I could have the witness shown this.
You can have that provided to the witness at this point.
And if I can just have you glance through that.
Okay.
And does that appear to be an accurate representation of the PowerPoint that you looked at?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to be accurate to what you had documented in your report?
Yes.
And accurate as to what you observed on Charles' phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of that exhibit.
Any objection from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. We would object. May I voir dire an aid of this objection?
Yes.
When did you make this PowerPoint up?
The PowerPoint was, I've created several PowerPoints for this case, but for presentations, but this one was made over the last couple days.
For presentations?
Yes.
To whom?
To Maricopa County courts or the prosecutor's office. I've done one for them, and I've also done one for other investigators in this to kind of show them key details in this.
And when did you turn this particular PowerPoint over to the prosecuting attorney?
So this was yesterday and then reviewed today.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no idea if these text messages are what they purport to be. I don't know. I haven't gone through these particular texts to make sure that they're not taken out of context or if they're even accurate in what they are. So I'm going to object based on foundation. I don't know if these are what they say they are.
Ms. Blake, I'm concerned about that time frame for disclosure. I think at a minimum the defense is allowed to review and make sure that if this is a compilation or summary of other previously provided discovery that it's accurate. So I'll allow the state a response on that objection, but those are the concerns I see at this point.
Sorry, the state would cite to Idaho Rule of Evidence 1006 that allows for summaries in order to show the content of voluminous writings, recordings, or photographs. These, as the detective has testified to, these are accurate depictions of what are contained in police reports that have been turned over to the defense. These particular messages have been available in discovery.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
The police report she's referring to is over 1,500 pages long. So I have serious concerns.
All right. At this point, here's what I'm going to do. I'll allow the jurors to take our mid-afternoon break. I'll further consult with counsel here after they're excused for a moment, and we'll go back with the presentation after that. So let's have the jurors be excused at this point. We'll argue this a little more outside their presence and then take our break.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Blake, so on the objection, again, it may well come in under 1006, but the defense needs an opportunity to confirm that this is a summary of information they've previously been provided. So my suggestion is if you can point out to the defense where this was in the voluminous discovery that's been referred to by Mr. Thomas, then we can determine whether or not it comes in under 1006 or whether the objection is sustained or not. But given the timing of it, I do think the state should be required to show precisely where this information came from out of those voluminous reports to make sure that it's accurate, as Mr. Thomas has raised a concern about that.
And the state can understand the position on that. I would indicate that as part of the 404B, we did extract portions of the Chandler report, and those were provided to defense counsel. These would be in those extractions in the written format of the report. The phone extraction itself has also been provided. It would have gone out, I believe, in production 1, but we can look and find exactly where that is to locate these. But they were produced in both of those.
Okay, and they may well have been. I think it's up to you to point those out to the defense at this point so they can confirm that, in fact, they have been provided that to see if they have any other objections. So we'll let you wrestle with that issue for a bit while we take our afternoon break and then see where we stand after the state's had an opportunity to do that. So we'll be in recess at this time.
All right.
I think I'm going to have to get an update from council about how long that may or may not take. So if things go according to plan, we'll say 20 minutes. Thanks. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, before we bring the jury in, I'll just ask the parties to make their representations. We talked about a resolution to the issue of the timing of the disclosure of the Exhibit 49, and I think the parties have agreed on a way to get this resolved just by scheduling. So, Ms. Blake, what's the understanding of how the state will proceed on that issue?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the parties have reached an agreement with regard to the evidence that the state was asking to have admitted. At this juncture, the state has agreed to move on with some additional questioning that deals with different materials, and the parties have agreed to take the night and come back and begin with that sometime tomorrow, depending on the rulings of the court.
All right, thank you. Does the defense agree we can proceed in that manner?
We agree to proceed in that manner. We are only waiving our objection to the timing portion of it. We haven't reviewed it yet, so we don't know about any other evidentiary issues.
Understood. So 46 has been offered. It has not been admitted. I'll hear any further objections if necessary tomorrow, but we'll pass over that part of the evidence at this point and allow the defense adequate time to review the underlying recordings or documents that were used to summarize under Rule 1006. And so the state, I understand, has additional direct for this witness that we can continue with this afternoon.
That is correct, Your Honor. However, I guess maybe before the jury comes in, the court had given a limiting instruction regarding 404B. I believe we are currently moving outside of 404B and believe that an instruction would be appropriate. And then if we head back into that tomorrow, I think a new instruction could be given.
All right. I guess I'm not really aware if we instruct going in and out of 404B. I think that instruction, when it comes up, is appropriate. I think as we move on to other topics, that can just be clarified again with the written instructions. But if the state believes there needs to be a kind of a now we're exiting 404B instruction, I'd consider that. I'm not really aware of that being required. If it helps, counsel, I think that during closings you can distinguish what was 404B, what was not, and that needs to be limited for sure with the instruction they'd be provided with.
And I think the state would agree that it could be done with the jury instruction. However, if the court would be willing, we do believe that an instruction given the specific type of evidence that the state is next going to be trying to admit, that it may be beneficial so that there isn't any confusion amongst the jurors that it could only be considered for limited purpose. These particular, one document has been stipulated to, or one exhibit is my understanding. The other one comes from an iCloud account linked directly to the defendant, and so we do not believe that it falls within that 404. It does not deal specifically with the subject matter that we 404B'd.
All right, Mr. Thomas, do you have any position on that request for a further instruction?
Your Honor, we believe that anything coming from Arizona is 404B because it would deal with whatever happened in Arizona.
All right, at this point, I'm going to not give any further instruction on 404B for purposes of continuing with this witness, and we'll take that up if we need to and get clearly outside of the scope. But at this point, where this does all relate to Arizona matters and the acts for which the defendant is not charged here in this trial, I do think it's appropriate that the instruction's just been given, and then that can be explained further in argument or further instruction if necessary.
And, Your Honor, I guess if I may briefly.
Go ahead.
The state's only concern is just that, the defense taking the stance that anything coming from Arizona is automatically 404B. That dealt with specific actions, and I think the court indicated that. Specifically, during a prior 404B hearing, we talked about the shooting of Charles Vallow being the 404B. The evidence that the state is going to be attempting to introduce is a completely unrelated to Arizona document. It was simply located. This is one of the detectives who reviewed that through an iCloud account, which has already been stipulated that the contents of that iCloud account would come in. It in no way references or deals specifically with just the Arizona case or just the attempt or the shooting of Charles Vallow.
All right. Well, at this point, I think it is probably premature for me to determine that I would give the instruction until we get to that point. If it's clear that the evidence coming in is outside of the scope of 404B, then I'll reconsider providing some sort of instruction to the jurors. I just don't think I can do that at this point without knowing for sure what the evidence is until it's being offered. So I'll keep that matter under advisement, and I may give some form of instruction with that request if it's clear that we've moved outside of the scope of this 404B evidence that's been allowed in the case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. With that, then, we can go ahead and have the jurors brought back in.
All right, please. Jury's up as accounted for, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we are back on the record. I'll remind the witness that you're still under oath. There was an exhibit that was offered. We've not yet ruled on that, and I understand the state will be moving on to another topic at this point of inquiry. Is that correct, Ms. Blake?
That is correct, Your Honor. The state would intend to move forward and revisit the other matter tomorrow.
Very well. Thank you, Ms. Blake. You can continue then with remaining direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Duncan, as part of your investigation, at some point were you contacted about looking into a call placed to a mortuary?
I was.
Do you recall who reached out to you to request that you do that?
I believe that was Agent Wright with the FBI.
Did you, in fact, follow up on that request?
I did.
Were you able to get in touch with the mortuary?
Yes, it says Valley of the Sun Mortuary in Chandler, Arizona.
Did you request a copy of a call that was placed to them?
Yes, I did.
What was the specific call that you were interested in?
So there was a call that was placed in reviewing phone records for a phone number linked to Chad Daybell. A phone call was placed from a phone linked to him to the cemetery. And it was requested for me to go to that location or contact someone from that location and get the recordings of the phone call if there were any.
And were you aware if there was an answering service that also was attached to that call?
Yes, there is first an answering service recording, and then afterwards somebody from the mortuary does call back.
And had you heard the name Chad Daybell before?
Yes, I have.
When you began going through all the records, Were you still investigating the homicide of Charles Vallow?
Yes, I was.
In your agency, is there a distinction between homicide committed in self-defense, like a justifiable homicide, versus just a homicide?
We basically treat both the same, whether it's self-defense or not. Either if it is self-defense or not self-defense, either case would get submitted to the Maricopa County Prosecutor's Office for review.
And when you were reviewing these records in January, were you aware of any other pending investigations that were reported to be related?
Yes, I was.
And what were those?
So after the murder of Charles Vallow and the months following, we were aware that JJ and Tylee were not seen. So in examining these records, we were looking for any possible whereabouts of JJ and Tylee. We were also looking for any kind of information regarding a attempted homicide of Tammy Daybell. We're looking for records for attempted homicide of Brandon Boudreau in Gilbert, Arizona, and other crimes through there we were aware of during that time in January.
And, Your Honor, I have what's marked as States Exhibit 44, and I also have States Exhibit 45. These are the recordings of the mortuary call and the call center that were referenced. It's my understanding that counsel would stipulate to the admission of those.
All right. Does the defense object to the admission of Exhibit 44?
No objection, Your Honor.
Does the defense object to Exhibit 45 being entered?
No objection.
All right. Both Exhibits 44 and 45 are entered and may be published to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right answer.
You know home?
Hello, my name is Sarah. I'm assisting them with their calls. How can I help you today?
We just had a death in the family, and we really don't want anything but a cremation and then to send the cremains to a family in Louisiana. Just a simple, nothing other than a cremation and sending him to his family for a service in Louisiana. So is there any way to know a ballpark price on that?
Yes, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Let me transfer you over to the director who can assist you with the pricing. What is your name, please?
It is Chad Daybell.
How do you spell the last name, please?
Dabal, Daybell.
How are you related to the person who passed?
I'm his nephew.
And then also, this is for the Valley of the Suns in Chandler, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, he lives there in Chandler. I live in Iowa, so I'm just trying to help out.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, what is your uncle's name for reference, please?
He is John Daybell.
His last name?
Well, Dabal. The same. John. Uh-huh.
Do you have a middle name?
Myron.
M-Y-R-O-N?
Yeah.
And Chad, what is your phone number in case we get disconnected?
Yeah. This number, 515, I don't actually know my own number. Let me look real quick.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Five 402-0143.
Thank you. Is he at a nursing home, hospital, or residence?
He passed away in a hospital. I don't know the details. I'm just calling.
Yeah, it's just for to know, because sometimes that's different if it's a residential or hospital or a nursing home.
I'm thinking they're sending him to the medical examiner. I'm not sure. I should have had more information before I called. I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right. Cremation with shipping. To which city?
New Orleans. Mm-hmm.
Okay, one moment please, Chad, stay on the line. Let me transfer you over to the director who can assist you with that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Chad?
Yeah.
Thank you for holding. I do have the director, Carissa, on the line to further assist you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Your Honor, and I believe the court indicated, but may the state publish State's Exhibit 45?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
My name is Carissa. I'm a funeral director with Vallow and Mortuary Cemetery. I understand that your uncle passed away.
Yes, and I'm just starting the process for the family. He didn't have many relatives. I'm his nephew. I live in Iowa. But what they want to do is, yeah, sad to see him go. Yeah, I think he's going to the medical examiner. I don't know all the details, but what the family basically wants is just to have him cremated there in Chandler and then have his cremains shipped to New Orleans. And we'll deal with the service later. So just trying to get a ballpark price.
Okay, so for a cremation, we are able to do our cremation for $1,695. Now, what that's going to include is the transportation into our care, the transportation to and from our crematory, our basic professional fees, as well as our crematory fee. Now, there's going to be a couple other charges there for you. So we are going to have death certificates, which are 20 away a piece with a processing fee. $15 permit fee. And then we're able to do that transfer through the mail for you, and that's $150 fee for you.
Okay. Like UPS or something, I guess.
Okay.
So close about 2,000 probably, in the ballpark. Yeah.
Close to that.
Okay. Well, that helps me a lot. I'm going to call one or two others, but I'll get back to you if we come that direction. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. If you need anything else, give me a call.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi.
Detective Duncan, which city was Charles Vallow killed in?
Charles was killed in Chandler, Arizona.
Do you know if that call was placed around the time of his death?
That was placed the evening following his death.
I believe you indicated you were requested to look into it because the phone number on that call had been attached to Chad Daybell.
Correct.
Have you ever heard Chad Daybell's voice?
I have.
Are you able to recognize the voice on that call?
Yes, I am.
And who was that?
Chad Daybell.
Do you know where Charles was originally from?
Charles was originally from Louisiana.
In your review of the Lori for Styles, do you recall coming across a recording of a blessing?
Is it? I believe it's Lori for Style, not the Styles. I just asked Lori for Style. But
Lori for Style.
I do recall coming across a blessing. Yes.
And thank you for correcting me on that. So in Lori for Style at iCloud, you came across a blessing.
I did. Yes.
Do you know who the blessing was for?
The blessing was for Alex Cox.
And did you review that?
Yes, I did.
Was it an audio recording?
There is both an audio recording and a Word document transcript for that, yes.
Were you able to discern who else was on that recording?
Yes.
And who was that?
Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow.
Were you able to determine if it was a specific type of blessing?
Yes, I was.
And what type of blessing?
The blessing is referred to as a patriarchal blessing.
And are you familiar with that term?
I am.
Do you know if it's attached to a specific religion?
It is.
And what religion is that?
So patriarchal blessing is attached to the Mormon religion, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. It is a blessing that is given to any worthy member of the church. And it is a blessing that is given by a stake patriarch of that church, and a blessing that is given to provide guidance through your life.
Do you know who gave Alex Cox that blessing?
In that audio, that is Chad Daybell that gave Alex Cox the blessing.
And within the LDS religion, are you aware as to whether or not Chad held the appropriate authority to provide that blessing?
I've been informed that he is not.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 50. It is the audio recording recovered from Lori for Style iCloud account. That is those documents and the data have been stipulated to through the business record, is my understanding.
And what's the exhibit number?
It is Exhibit number 50.
And you're moving to admit that?
I would be moving for admission.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 50 can be admitted.
And Your Honor, I would ask to publish it to the jury.
All right, and how long is that?
I believe it should be, I will pull it up to get you the exact timestamp, but it's just over 20 minutes.
Okay, let's go ahead and hear that, and then that'll probably take us to the end of the day then, Ms. Blake.
Actually, it's shorter than I had remembered. It is 15 minutes and 42 seconds.
Okay, thank you for that information. You may publish this to the jury.
I am Chad Daybell. It is November 24th, 2019, Sunday afternoon, 5:15 p.m. We're going to give Alex Lamar Cox a patriarchal blessing. Alexander Lamar Cox. On this special day, I lay my hands upon your head to give you a patriarchal blessing as part of the member of the Church of the Firstborn that you have earned the privilege to be a member of. I do so by the power of the Melchizedek priesthood which I hold, and in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior, who has authorized this blessing, and is grateful that you are receiving it as you move forward in your life. You are a member of the house of Israel, of the 12 tribes, and you are a descendant of Joseph through the tribe of Ephraim, which grants you many blessings, particularly of spreading the gospel in these latter days and protecting and preserving those who seek to learn the truth. And that has been your mission on this earth, and it will now expand into ways that we will discuss further in the blessing. I want to begin by opening up the portals of time and going back to your previous creations on which you lived. I see you on the third creation as a valiant warrior, fighting for truth and righteousness, always seeking to do what is right. Then you progressed and were selected by the Savior himself to be part of the fourth creation. Great warriors were needed in that creation. Powerful goddesses were needed to be protected, and you were selected to help protect your sister. And you helped her in numerous probations as a defender. You have a special bond even from the premortal world. You connected there, and as she grew in power, you were right there beside her, always with a humble heart. You both always were so humble. So as this fifth creation began, after you had been exalted in the fourth creation, when you could have gone on to exaltation with Holly, as a resurrected being, you accepted the Savior's invitation one more time to come to this mortal realm, to condescend as a God, to help us. You have already assisted us in ways that can never be repaid. But you will continue to do so as you move forward in this life. You were born into a family that needed you desperately, with a set of parents who spoke of the gospel with their mouths, yet did not live it. And once again, you were reunited with a sister who needed you to survive such an environment. In no way was it a reflection on either one of you that you lived in that home. You were put there to help each other persevere. But the lessons you had to learn in your youth have now made you both strong, powerful servants of the Lord that would not have occurred in a traditional LDS home. You had to go to great depths to achieve tremendous heights. And the fruits of those trials are beginning to be demonstrated. You were granted to be a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and it was a strength to you. You learned about your Savior and grew closer to Him, and rekindled in some ways the connections you've always had with Him. And through adulthood, you have refined yourself. And I just want you to know that at this time the Savior is saying it to me, well done. Thy soul is cleansed. All is well. And now you'll begin into
your terrestrial phase of this existence, that you'll be a powerful servant. I bless you with that knowledge that you now move forward as a true warrior in ways that can be demonstrated through not only physical action but through spiritual power that is coming to you and will be bestowed upon you. I bless you with the knowledge that through marriage you'll be united with a partner who will match your powers and complement your strengths. You'll be known throughout the world for your good-heartedness, your willingness to save souls all over the world through portals, and you will begin to gather the souls that come unto Christ. I see you in New Jerusalem, but more importantly, I see you as a messenger of the Lord. Surrounding New Jerusalem will be many small communities where people will come who aren't quite ready to enter those missions will be to go among the people and testify as a prophet that they can make it. You'll share your own experiences of overcoming adversity, and through your example they will rise up. You will give tremendous blessings to them, raise their vibrations, and be like a brother to many of these fathers who may have had doubts, but through your strength they will look to you as a hero, and you'll bring entire families that have been sanctified to the gates of New Jerusalem, and they will be allowed in on your word. For me, it's one of the many wonderful experiences you'll have. I see you doing that often, but then based on assignments, you might go further into the world. Always serving, always a missionary. And with your companion, you'll communicate with Mother Earth herself. You will know where to be before natural disasters happen. You can be on location to protect key leaders, church leaders, and to preserve who should survive. Little children, I see you gathering up little children in your arms, saving them from floodwaters. Just having a collage of moments that await you in this life, rescuing the pure and innocent, bringing them to safety. Dozens of instances, and you will be looked upon as an angel on earth. You will literally glow for those who are allowed to see you, and those mortals who aren't allowed to see that will know through the Spirit of the great power you possess. The proper time, after many years of service in such ways, as the second coming approaches, you will know when it's time to move to the other side. This body that has served you well will lay down one day, and you'll pass your spirit will leave this body, and you'll be greeted wholeheartedly and welcomed by the Savior himself. You already know him, but that reunion will take place on a greater plane that the spirit you feel at that time, the vibration will exceed all. And before the second coming even occurs, the Savior will let that body rest a day or two, and much like himself, you will be raised and be resurrected, so that when the Savior does return, you will be right at the front of that amazing team of angels. It will sweep the earth, much like described in the renewed earth. You will be there. It will bring you great joy to help Mother Earth transfer to a terrestrial realm, to burn away the celestial refuse. At that time, you and Holly will still have assignments here temporarily, but then you'll move forward. She's already preparing a world for you two, and you will be able to be an eternal family with eternal children on that earth. And the glory will just continue for you now, on and on through eternity. So we bless you at this time with strength, power, and dominion over the callings you will receive, and that you are part of a very special team of people that are moving towards translation and transfiguration, and that the Lord will be with you at all times. You will be a patriarch in your own home. You will give blessings similar to this. Your veil will be essentially gone. You'll be able to see into the past and into the future for these individuals and share with them the same type of knowledge and truth. We bless you with protection throughout your mortal life. The angels will now be assigned to you as you reach this vibration. You have 9 angels assigned to you now to watch you from all sides through your faithfulness. I know you will stay faithful. You have a great mission. I protect you. I bless you with a strong protection against Satan and his followers, Lucifer, Cain, anyone else who seeks to oppose you. You will feel a new vitality and strength against them, and to use your priesthood to defend against them. I close this patriarchal blessing by assuring you that you will rise to an eternal glory, and that you will have an eternal family, and that your exaltation is assured through your faithfulness. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
All right, Ms. Blake, at this point then, given the time, I think we will adjourn for the day. Is the state okay with that?
Your Honor, could I ask one follow-up question?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Detective Duncan, do you know if there was a timestamp or an indication of when that recording was made?
I believe in the metadata on that there is a timestamp, yes.
Do you recall what it is?
I want to say it was November 24th or 25th of 2020.
I have no further questions.
Okay, so
Would actually, I guess I will clarify. Could it have been 2019?
Or 2019, sorry.
And do you know when Alex Cox, if he's still alive?
Alex is not alive now.
Do you know when he passed away?
I don't know the exact date, but I use a reference is he would have died in Arizona around about the same day that Tammy Daybell was exhumed.
Could that have been in December of 2019?
That is correct.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, and that's for today, but you're not concluding direct, correct?
I guess I should indicate that, yes, for today with regard to that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Ms. Blake. So that will bring us up to the time to conclude for the day. We will adjourn. I'll continue to thank the jurors for their service reporting here each day. I'll give you your daily admonishment at this time to please continue to follow the court's rules about not talking to each other or anyone else about this case and not looking the case up on the internet, in the media, anywhere else. If you'll please comply with that today as you go home, and then we will see you again in the morning. Have you sign that juror affirmation when you get here, and we'll plan on starting again at 8:30 tomorrow on our regular schedule. So with that, we'll be adjourned for the day.
All right, please.